Testing, testing. Okay, good morning. I knew I still had my teacher voice. Um, we are waiting just 5 more minutes because I hear that there is a little bit of a parking issue trying to get inside while session is going on. So I'm going to wait about 5 minutes and then we'll go ahead and get started. For the morning session, of course, there's the agenda in the back. There is the suggested session tracks for Teacher Leader Summit. You're welcome to grab those. And then you will need a program evaluation toolkit, and all of those are located in the back. I will also email you a copy of all of the materials today at the conclusion of the L Institute. So we'll just pause for 5 minutes to give everyone a chance to get in, and then we will go ahead and get started. In the meantime, feel free to use the restroom or visit the cafe before breakfast closes. Thank you. using the same, so I'm trying to take the temperature of the room. So, but feel free to, because there's not as many of us today, and I know we have a lot of colleagues that are ones that you feel free to come a little bit closer. I know that always feels so weird when people tell you in sessions to come closer to the front, but we can make this as personable as possible today to support your system. So if you feel comfortable, to get a little bit closer. You're not going to move as much as you did for the last L Institute. I know you see anchor charts on the wall. Those are voluntary, so you don't have to fill those out. But if you feel led at any point in the session today to go to all 7 of them, please just jot down whatever you like. That, for me, just to take back information from you all. So at no point today are you going to actually get up and go to those anchor charts. That's for you to go up to at any point today. Thank you. Moving forward. I know we've been with each other for 2 years now. You guys know me. Come on now. So I will officially start at 9:15. I know I even have some colleagues that haven't come down yet, so maybe parking is truly an issue today. So I do want to keep that in mind with session going on. Bull. Okay. Okay. And I know that is a bit of a walk. If you're just coming in, good morning. We are happy to have you here today for the last L Institute of the school year. Before I get any additional questions, because I know I've already received a few, I will just address it head on. I do not have any dates for the EOPT data coming out. Please check with your district test coordinator regularly. They will receive communication from our AAA team here. Thank you. I will officially start at 9:15. You made it. Hey, good morning. All right. Good morning, There we go. The microphone died on me. All right. Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. I know we have some colleagues that are trickling in. I know parking is very tough today, and there is quite a bit of a walk from wherever you parked. But I do want to tell you, thank you guys for coming. I know it is the end of the school year. You made it. Okay. I'll give you a hand because that's a big deal. You made it through ELPT testing, all of the things. So thank you guys for coming. Thank you for sticking with me all year. This is year 2 of us having our L Institute. So I'm so excited that we have made it to the end. And hopefully I will see you guys at Teacher Leader Summit and everything else that we are continuing to do. So I will try to keep with the agenda. Thank you for being flexible with the time. I know that that walk is far because I have taken it before. So we will go ahead and dive in. I am using Slido today for a couple of different slides on the slide deck that allows you to give me instant feedback, and I have it set to an anonymous setting. So I will not see your name, but I would like your participation. So if you log on to it now, it will continue to update as multiple slides appear on the screen, and you won't have to keep using the QR code. And if you are streaming online, you can participate via Slido as well. And also, this is a great feedback tool that you can use with your English learners. And if you would like more support with Slido, you can contact my colleague, Dr. Bonnie Chalette. She helps me with everything tech. And we also have 2 sessions together at Teacher Leader Summit, which you'll see on the handout that was in the back. I see a couple of people still taking the QR code, so I'll wait just a couple of more seconds. If everyone could just give me a thumbs up when they're ready. Perfect. Oh no, you may have a firewall up, but I can send you the questions, no worries. They're also mirroring questions on the wall, so I can get your responses either way. Okay, so as we start the last L Institute session, this is obviously a moment for us to reflect on the school year and to reflect on our programming. I know that we had a large shift with the LAO plans this year going to EGMS, very different from the previous years where they were submitted via Google Form or they were submitted on a Word document. So that was a little bit of a change, and the feedback was different than the previous year. I know last year LAO plans were not required, but the previous year before that, you did receive, if you were in the same role, a very extensive feedback form. So this year was a little bit different, and we also implemented the ILAP, and we also put out various parts of the L handbook that is coming out so that you could have those chapters to better your program. So I just have a couple of questions for you to reflect on, and I just need to move my face from off the screen, but I'll be right back multitasking. Thank you for your patience. So as reflection questions, what strengthened your L programming within your school system this year? So what worked? What instructional or programmatic challenges still remain? Where has implementation become more intentional or consistent? And what areas still need stronger system or support moving into the school year? So Obviously, there's multiple ways that you can collect this data. And of course, the biggest chunk of data that you're going to get back is from the EOPT scores. And if you're just coming in, I do not have any dates for the EOPT data being released, but please stay connected with your district test coordinator. They will receive information from our accountability team here directly. So, because we are a smaller bunch today and you may be able to interact online, I really would like us to speak to one another. At the last L Institute, you guys actually got up. You did a lot of movement and you were able to collaborate with your colleagues from across the state. So I would like for you to meet someone new or meet someone that you've maybe talked to only once. What is one area of growth and one continuing challenge in your system? One area of growth that you guys experienced and one area that is continuing to persist as a challenge. So, anyone that you would like to speak to that did not come with you from the same system. And I'll give us 2 to 3 minutes to discuss that. All right, I'll bring us back in five, four, three, two, and one. I really didn't want to stop you because you guys are very deep in the conversation. I really didn't want to stop you. But I would love to hear from you. I know I was able to visit a couple of the groups. If you wouldn't mind raising your hand and sharing out one area of growth that you all experienced. Oh my. Ta-da. One area of growth. Yes. Okay, that's from Livingston Parish. She said they were able to provide over 40 hours of professional learning for their ESL department, their ESL team. So that is amazing. Wow. And I had the opportunity to go to LP a couple of times this year. I believe it was a couple of times they invited me out. So that's a great area of growth that I was actually a part of. So, woo. Anyone else? One area of growth. And I visited the group, so I know the areas of growth. We had one group that said they added an L coach to their team, so that is amazing. Anyone else? One area of growth? Yes. Awesome. So, in short, she built her capacity as an L director, L leader, L coordinator, all of the things to build the capacity of her team. So awesome. Yes, Miss Smith. Awesome. So she spoke about streamlining their data processes, and I'm so excited that I was a part of the beginning of it last summer. I'm so sad I'm not going to make it for your administrator boot camp, but I was in the room and it was completely full of data across every wall, every grade level, color coded. We sat down with principals. They went over the data themselves. They analyzed the data themselves. They came up with goals. It was amazing. So I know that it's going to be even more efficient this year, and I'm going to try to get there some way, somehow. Send me the dates again. Yes, I'm sorry. I love that you guys are engaged today. So I'll just make my way back around. We can go front back. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. So, for our colleagues online that maybe were not able to hear her, she said that they focus specifically on the writing domain this year and shifting the responsibility from the teacher to the student and building up the student's capacity. So, I love that you mentioned that. Um, this reminds me of we recently concluded our first cohort of L fellows, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But one word that's we kept saying the other day was the shift, the shift, the shift. So the shift has to happen. So thank you so much for sharing. Please see me later. I'd like to chat more. Thank you for sharing. Yes, Mr. Noya. Thank you so much. So, if you did not hear her, she created a practice EOPT seminar type interactive activity for all four language domains for the EOPT. I actually saw it. She collaborated with Dr. Bonnie Chalette to kind of put all of that together. And that's a great resource if you want to share it with everyone. I'll see if I can get a shared drive for all of us, and we can just input some resources in there. I'll see what the parameters are on the department side, but I'm sure I've seen it. It's great that everyone could benefit from that. If you need additional practice for your students, of course, it is not Louisiana Department of Education, but if she would like to share it, that's what her district uses. I have seen it, and I know that it could benefit the students. Yes, Gemini. Gemini. Gemini Canvas. Thank you. I think we had one more in the middle. Awesome. Thank you. So her system took a deep dive into the data. They identified the areas of need or areas to continue improving on, and they made it a collective effort to actually implement those strategies. So it did not just fall on her, it did not just fall on her team, but it involved everyone because we have to make the shift. Awesome. And one continuing challenge. I'll just ask just for one continuing challenge. Up, perfect. Thank you so much for sharing. So she expressed some concern around the responsibility falling just on her as the L teacher of multiple campuses and students receiving those instructional supports. We know that the L framework outlines in Pillar 2 how it is a shared responsibility among all content teachers and that content teachers must be trained. And just to tell the group, I offered support to her, and I said, please let me know when we can sit down and talk about improving the capacity of the teachers and shifting. There's that word again, shifting the responsibility from just her as the L teacher to everyone, because everyone is an L teacher, honestly. Okay. Thank you guys for sharing. That was great. So for today, or for just for this session, there's a couple of things that I would like to touch on, and I'm going to try to keep mindful of the time because Melanie does have a session following this one. So by the end of today, I hope that you will be able to describe the statewide priority supports and professional learnings coming up in the new year, that you would be able to analyze key components of this brand new hot off the press English Learner Program Evaluation Toolkit and the connection to your program. Compare the program indicators with the LAU plan expectations. So everyone in here has submitted a LAU plan. What is the connection between this and the LAU plan so that you can make improvements for next year? That you would be able to evaluate the current strengths and challenges within your local systems. That's something you briefly just did. Examining the implementation examples from the L Fellows cohort. You will hear from our first cohort, at least a couple of people from the first cohort of L Fellows today, so I'm excited about that. And that you will be able to leave today identifying and prioritizing at least one summer planning action to strengthen the implementation of the L supports in your system by next school year. So these are just some tidbits that I wanted to share from my experiences traveling throughout the state, reviewing 200 LAU plans and providing feedback for it, and just my regular field support, hopping on Zooms. These are just some things that may stand out to you that I think are important. Strong L systems require more than services and supports, schedules, and documentation. So at the beginning of the year, I made the comment that we want to shift from compliance to instruction. That still remains the goal of L supports and L programming. I still see in some areas of our programming, we separate the two, but they must marry. Compliance and supports go hand in hand, and we cannot separate the two. It is not just compliance and it is not just instruction. They inform each other. So strong implementation requires instructional consistency. This is something that I see a lot. I go to one campus on in the system, I go to another campus, and the procedures are completely different, or the instructional supports are completely different. And we want to make sure that we have coherence from school to school. Meaningful access to grade level learning. This is the same coherent, this is not my friend today, the same coherence that we want to see from system to system, or what's done at an elementary school, the same instructional practices should be done at a middle school and at a high school. One of the issues that I was talking about with one of our colleagues earlier is the divide between supporting the lower grade bands. And then when you get to the high schools, what do you do? And she said, well, I'm not sure how to tackle that. And I said, well, you have to look at it a little bit differently, or there's some different strategies that you have to do. And one of the things I did when I supported a high school was I met with the grade level and then I met with the content. So they got it both ways. What do you need to do as a grade level? So if you're in an algebra class, if you're in a history class, the idea remains the same, but the support may look different. So that's just one way that we discuss that. Language development within content instruction. At this point, that is a non-negotiable. Language supports must occur during all content areas. That is the best practice. That is what we are moving forward with the L framework. Collaborative planning structures. So if your L teacher is at 7 different schools and she does not have a break during any of the ILT, PLC, PLT, all of the names that are associated with planning time, if they do not marry, then that content teacher will not necessarily receive what they need to support language and vice versa. And then what typically happens is your ESL teacher is doing, hey, the ESL teacher is here. I need her to complete all of these worksheets or leftover work or all of these different things. And we want to make sure that she is supporting content through HQIM. Ongoing professional learning. I want to say this, and I always have a slide deck, but I always find myself not speaking on the slide deck. If we give one professional learning in the summer and we don't address English learners at all throughout the school year with the content areas, then that may not be the best or the most effective practice. So in your planning, just while you're taking notes, it may be beneficial. And I am so happy to help. Please call me, beat me to come help you. If you want to collaborate with your content teams, this is the opportunity to start. Whatever is going on in content should also happen in language acquisition. So if your content teams are preparing summer learning or back to school sessions, it should not be separate from English learners. They should happen at the same time. If they are putting out pacing guides or diverse learner supports, your L team should also be there to support those things. So if you need any support with that, this is an open invitation to send me an email. You all have my email, alexandra.chenevert@la.gov. I can help you to facilitate that conversation, but all back to school sessions for content teams should include diverse learners support together. That is pillar 2 of the L framework. And again, if you need any support with that, please call me. I'm doing a session in EBR with the social studies team. So if you need help with that, please let me know. And principals, there's a couple of different systems in here that I'm doing. I'm so sorry, I'm gonna miss y'all. I'm not gonna get over that. You have to pick a different date. But if I'm also doing a bunch of principal sessions across the state. So if that's something else that you're interested in, please let me know, because my calendar is getting full really fast. And sustainable systems of support. So last year you implemented the ILAP. Is that process sustainable? Can it continue? Can you make it better? Or did you just email it to everyone and say, hey, this is new. We're not doing this yet, but I want you to see it. What are the next steps? Can you continue the process? And we're back at the Slido. So how do we know whether implementation is actually occurring consistently across our systems? This seems like a rhetorical question to me, but I would like you to really answer the question, because this is something that I see all of the time when I look at a LAU plan, and that's something that I do. If field support is requested from me, the first thing that I do is compare the LAU plan to what I actually see going on in the system. So how do you know whether implementation is occurring consistently across our systems? And I specifically put this question in, I added this in the other day. We had our L fellows that are in the room, they're actually going to present today from Jefferson Parish. But one thing that they said to me during their final presentations the other day, or to the group, is that they actually went into the schools and they actually saw what was happening versus what they think is happening or what they know should be happening. And they were able to make a clear comparison between what's on a piece of paper, what the understood expectations are, and what's actually happening. So when was the last time you went to all of the campuses that you support that have English learners? in content classes, not ESL classes, not during a push-in, pull-out session, but in content instruction, in a math class, in a science class where there are L's present to see if implementation is actually occurring. Data, observation of classrooms, consistent walkthroughs. I like the word consistent. Student growth, active monitoring of classroom instruction, attending PLCs, tracking data, examining data. Best practices are visible across campuses, walkthroughs, conversations with teachers. So all of this shows me that you have to be active. You have to be present. And in order to see it consistently across campuses, you have to be at more than one campus if you're in that type of role to make sure that it is happening and that there's coherence from one to the other. What's happening great at one school, we also want to happen just as well at another school, but you have to be present in order to do that. If what you turn, I read some beautiful loud plans, beautiful. They were written so well. And I would ask you all, is that what's happening on the campus? A plan and execution must be the same. They must be the same. Not just a plan, but that we're doing the plan. And if you're turning in a loud plan because it's beautiful, we want to see that it's happening, and your data will show that when you reflect on it. So shifting to what's coming up next school year, we will continue L Institutes. They will continue to be in this room or in the Thomas Jefferson room. I know we love Thomas Jefferson, but there's not as many seats. But the first one of next school year will be in Thomas Jefferson. So we'll move from a room to room. I will continue the L impact calls. I know I have a slide at the very end about the last L impact call. That occurs after teacher leader in June, and I'll have those dates up at the very end. I am hopeful that you will have your data by then. And that session for the L impact calls in June of this year will focus specifically on data, analyzing that data, how to get it to principals, how to make it make sense for teachers, how to implement it during instruction, and what that looks like during or with the use of HQIM. So I am very hopeful that you will have all of your data by then, and then you can take that and bring it back to your teams. If not, I'll still make it applicable to you all, but we're all waiting. And for the continued things that we're going to continue to push forward instructional implementation. So I am partnering again with the content team here, the academic content team. Last year or this year, we put out those Canopy courses for ELA, math, science, and social studies. I have one SPED leader session, and then I have a SPED teacher 3 sessions. So if you do not have that and you would like a copy of it, please let me know. Anyone in the state of Louisiana can take those. Especially the SPED sessions. I find that the ones for the principals is very valuable. And we're also working on one for PA teams, pupil appraisal teams. There's so many of them. We also, I don't want to jump ahead of the game, ahead of my slide deck, so I'm going to stick to the slide deck. I know you have been asking for additional EOPT practice items. I'm still working on that. I will continue to still work on that. But just hang tight. If not, in the meantime, Morgan is a great resource to connect to for the Gemini Canvas materials. Or you can schedule a private PD session with Dr. Shalette and I, and we can discuss how to make that on your own for your own school system. If you were here last year around this time, the Ascension team displayed their progress monitoring for the EOPT, so they are still willing to connect with you if you would like a copy of that, or to see how they implement it. Theirs is actually paper. Morgan's is online on Gemini. So however you need, and I know Livingston Parish has one, East Baton Rouge Parish has one as well. So if you would like to connect with any of those leaders, they are present in the room. Mr. Rico is to your left. Livingston Parish is in the middle, and then Morgan is to your right. I am going to continue to push more support for secondary L instruction. At our culminating cohort for our L fellows, thank you, lost my train of thought. We had 4 or 5 different L walkthrough forms going around that they created for their project. So we're going to get together and make that one form, and I'll add that to the implementation guide once I'm able to meet with the team here to approve it, to go through some internal things. But that's something that I would like to get to you because it is obviously very useful to you all, because there were 5 different ones. And then, of course, the word that we've been saying, sustainability. So is what you're doing working? Is it not just on paper? And are we able to see it in action, in practice? One of my colleagues just walked in. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. In L Fellows the other day, she said their presentations made it make sense. What does it actually look like? What does L instruction actually look like? What does it look like in person? So thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. I'm glad you walked in. You reminded me. So for upcoming things, you have your brand new hot off the press L program evaluation toolkit. We are going to go through that today. You will continue to have allow plan supports that will go into EGMS. However, the date this year, and we can ask Melanie when she comes in, we can put all the allow plans on Melanie. We are shifting the date up a little bit further. So last year they were due by October 31st. They will be due towards the end of September now. So I will be in communication with you guys. Hopefully I'll have some more information by the last tiered impact call to give you, or we can just ask Melanie when she comes in the room. So that date will shift up a little bit more this year. And if you have any questions regarding EGMS or your allow plan that you submitted, please let us know and we'll get back with you. I know I mentioned the instructional implementation supports. So those Canopy courses will remain online. I am adding to them, and I've also partnered with the ELA math and science team to develop some resources that are directly connected to HQIM. So you will be able to take those back to your content teams, your content leads, and figure out the best way to disseminate that to your teachers across your system. So it's going to be directly tied to HQIM, not just broad. Yes, ma'am. Yes. The actual plan won't change, just the dates. The plan itself will not change. So the questions will not change. The way that you input the information will not change, just the shift in the dates forward. So they will be due before the end of October. So if you would like to take this time to use the program that's why we're doing program evaluation toolkit today. You can compare with what you turned in last year to make any changes, meet with your internal teams to see what worked, what didn't work. So the questions will not change. The dates will shift forward. Professional learning opportunities. So this past year, I keep saying last year, technically it was last year, we were hoping to implement the L Teacher Symposium. I am going to bring that back this year. We are working on some dates and some locations, and that will be specifically for content teachers supporting HQIM. I will send you more information when it is available, okay? We will continue the L impact calls. Of course, we have Teacher Leader Summit coming up, so I will pause. If you were able to grab one of these suggested track sessions for L professionals in the back, I have it broken down by teacher, instructional coaches, and then system leader administrator. We have some sessions this year specifically for Ls. If you want to take this, make copies, I'll send you a digital copy. You can send that to any teacher that you know is going to Teacher Leader Summit, which is in 12 days, 13 days, one of the two. I was an ELA teacher. Please share this with them. I will go over a couple of the sessions just so that you know what to expect. AI-powered language transforming L instruction with artificial intelligence, AI. That is one of my sessions with Dr. Bonnie Chalette. So if you were in any of them last year, we've kind of taken it up a notch and we've added some more things to it, more tech related things that you can tie into building out your supports for Ls, the digital bridge. That is also something else I'm doing with Dr. Bonnie Chalette, making sure that you can incorporate tech with your HQIM. So I would be present for those. We have some from framework to practice for teachers. So any content teachers, if you have, like we had some conversations earlier, content teachers that need support, content teachers that don't understand what L instruction looks like, I'm going to break down the L framework for content teachers in that session. I believe it repeats twice. So please feel free to share this with anyone, your CAO, anyone that is going to teacher leader that needs support with the framework. Breaking silos, building systems, leveraging ILTs to lead for English learners. This is a session from the team, a principal team in Ascension Parish. It is phenomenal. If you have any principals on your campus that need support with their PLCs or their ILT processes in terms of speaking specifically about English learners, I went to this school. I saw it happening in real time. So I think that you should share this with your school building leaders about the ILT. It's going to be a great session. Embedded for impact scaffolding language development through daily instruction. That's great for teachers, coaches, etc. Beyond compliance, moving the needle for English learners. That is a panel that I am hosting with a couple of L directors. Some are in the room. Please feel free to join us or to send any of your system leaders to that session. They are going to talk about what works for them, give you some tidbits on how to make your program more successful. We also have a from framework to practice implementation of the L framework for school building leaders. So if you have new principals, deans, instructional coaches, anyone that is in the leadership capacity that needs support with facilitating the L framework, please send them to that session. I believe it does repeat twice. And there are some other L sessions that are not necessarily on here. We have one. These are just sessions directly under my name, but there are some sessions for evaluating L's with pupil appraisal. My colleague, Dr. Karen Lights, is facilitating that. I always get the question, is it language? Is it maybe a disability? Be in that session. They're going to break down how to evaluate an L, proper supports for an L. So just check the CVent app for any new updates were recently made to that. So please feel free to email me if you have any questions about the sessions for teacher leader, or if you need any support with trying to figure out what you should go to. I can help you with that. And we have an early childhood and L guidance document coming out. I'm super, super, super excited about that. It is almost finalized. It's going through some internal procedures here, but that is a question that I have been receiving. We know we don't identify L's before kindergarten, but they are still L's. So how do we support them in their pre-K programs? It is not programmatic, it's instructional guidance document. So you can feel free whenever that comes out to give it to anyone in your pre-K programs, even kindergarten. It will apply in some way, shape, or form, but it is specifically for our English learners that are not actually identified yet as English learners because they are in preschool. Okay. And I will email that to y'all if it is not available before or during the summer. Of course, you will get it at the First L Institute, which is August 26th, and those dates are at the end. But that is coming. If you have, this is the perfect time. If you have any requests for professional development, if you have any requests for manuals, you want more Canopy courses, you want me to dive deeper in the Canopy courses, there are anchor charts all on the side of both of the walls. They mirror from one side to the other. There's one anchor chart that says what professional learning experiences or opportunities would you like for next year. That's where you put it. Please put everything you want on the anchor charts. I will sit and go through them and read them. You can leave me a nice note if you like, or just say we need more stuff. That's what I need to know. Okay. Or you can tell me here. I told y'all earlier, I put it in multiple places because I need your answers. On the Slido, what support topic would most strengthen your local L programming next year? What do you need? I will ask you multiple times today what you need because you're in the room and I want to hear from you. What do you need? You are also welcome to place it on the anchor charts on the side of the room. I'm glad to see one about language objectives. I am going to make that by way of the words success criteria so that we mirror the rubric, but it is on the way. Support for long-term Ls, assistance with LPA, hope assistance. If I'm not sure who mentioned the supports with students for Ls with disabilities, please email me and I can connect you directly with Dr. Lights. We give a lot of in-person professional development for supporting Ls with disabilities, identifying Ls with disabilities, all of those things. So if you email me, we can come to you and your team and work that out. Parent and community involvement. You see T9. Oh. Okay, please keep dropping those in. I'll wait a couple of more seconds, but I would love to hear from you what you need. I have been in previous roles where I know what is needed, but you are there right now. So I can do a little bit of what I know you need, and then I need you to tell me what you need. So I will definitely pause for a moment so that I can get as much information from you as possible. Support for tier 1 systems, I see, administration involvement, student goal setting. 4 people are typing, so I'll give them a couple of seconds. Official grading guidelines. So as far as official grading guidelines, we do not have any policy in place here at the department. It is up to systems to determine. However, the law does say that we cannot fail an English learner due to language proficiency. However, systems have the ability to write policy into their pupil progression plans. So that is where you should address that. Yes, but I can help you with that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's something that is plugged into y'all's J campus. Let's talk after this. But I'm glad you said that. That brings me to accommodations. This is a great opportunity today while you are talking about your program evaluation tool and the toolkit to make sure that whatever plan you have in place for accommodations is sustainable for next school year, or there's an opportunity to improve it so that all stakeholders are involved in the accommodation process and that they are not being selected for students because they must be updated at the start of the new school year. Accommodations electronically. For the item about the electronic accommodations, email me, please. And about the laws. Okay. So, we just concluded, as I stated earlier, a couple of our L Fellows are in the room. We just concluded our first cohort of L Fellows. It's the first ever. I'm super excited for them. They're in the room. If you were an L Fellow, can you stand up? Yeah, I know. I'm like a proud mama. Yay! Thank you all so much. So the application process for cohort 2 just closed. And I know I sent a lot of communication via email about the upcoming cohort for the next school year, but you're here in person. And I want to give you a little bit more information about what L Fellows is beyond just our email communications. And I'm going to snag one of the L Fellows, Diane, to come up here. I told her I was going to put her on the spot because she told me all the great things that L Fellows did for her. So I was like, well, you have to come share to the folks. So I definitely just put her on the spot. But this program is designed for L coaches, L teachers, instructional coaches, anyone that supports teachers directly. So if you are in a role where you are a coordinator or a leader and you may not necessarily affect change to direct instruction, that this may not necessarily be the cohort for you. This is directly for coaches that work directly with teachers that can impact what happens in the classroom immediately. Okay. So this past year, we did have a couple of coaches from, or people in different roles that support teachers from across the state of Louisiana. They came to the building. We broke down the L framework. We looked at a couple of different manuals, and their goal for the end of the program was to come up with a solution for one area of need for their system and how they could impact a teacher, a couple of teachers, something that's going to show data that they went through pillar 2, they implemented this change, they tracked this change, and it improved their system in some way, shape, or form. So I'm so proud of them. They worked very hard. They had to present on Monday in a very short amount of time, something that they've been working on for the entire year. But I wanted you guys to know what the purpose of L Fellows was and how it can tie into future cohorts. So I know the window for the applications just closed. We had 47 applications, so I will be interviewing 47 people over the next couple of weeks. So please give me some grace if you email me. But I did invite one of them up, and you're actually going to hear from 3 other L fellows later today. But Diane, can you just come up and share the experience? Her little testimony was so nice. I was like, she had to tell the people.
I think I can. Can't hear me? Let me know. All right. I just have to say this was a very valuable experience. Working with the DL Fellows program, everything pretty much married each other, meaning that we had coursework that we used, and that coursework we were able to utilize into the whole program that she did an excellent job of creating for us. Then you were able to take what you did and use it within your district. And then when you came back and you presented and you see what other people are doing in their districts, you're able to bring that back to your district again and utilize that in the future, because everybody is different. What I do is totally different from what another parent does. And then we were able to see what is expected from different parishes and then bring that to us. I say if you have teachers or anyone out there that is application to definitely possible that we will go so far, but it was a very sensible. You're welcome.
I'm thankful that she allowed me to put her on the spot. She did a great job presenting the other day. So I wanted to just give you some titles of some of their presentations so that you can know the type of work if you did apply and you are admitted into the cohort number 2, the type of topics that were covered. It's not an exhaustive list of some of their topics, but I just wanted to give you an idea of some of the things that they worked on so that if you are in the program, you know the type of material that you can work to improve in your system. Empowering teachers through the ELPT, performance level descriptors to strengthen instructional planning and language supports, classroom walkthrough systems, developing systems to identify evidence of language-focused instruction, language-centered co-teaching, strengthening collaborative instructional delivery for Ls, vocabulary integration within content instruction, building academic language supports across content areas, and instructional leadership systems supporting sustainable implementation through coaching and planning. So I gave them the ability to do anything as long as it was centered in pillar 2, which is instruction and collaborative planning. They were able to tie in, of course, data was involved. That's pillar 3. We had a couple of them focus on pillar 1, which is leadership and program development, but they must have worked on something related to pillar 2 to improve their systems, their programs, what have you. And this is a picture of the first cohort. So thank you, ladies that are in the room. Okay, we are going to shift to the L program evaluation toolkit. If you are joining us online, I did email everyone a copy of this. I'm excited for you all to see it. I know typically we go through scenarios in here today, but this is a very thick document. And in lieu of us going through mock scenarios, I wanted to give you some mock conversations, and then I wanted you to go back to your system and actually do this in comparison with your LOW plan. Not in here today because your program evaluation should not just include you. It should include a team of people, not just you. So for more support, you can include your chief academic officer. You can include your federal programs director if you're not that person. If you have an L team, you can include your L team. If you're a tier 1 system and your superintendent is super involved in your programming, this is an opportunity to include them in that process. If you have academic content teams, ELA, math, science, social studies, this is a great opportunity to involve them in this process. On Monday during the L Fellows presentation, I invited the content teams from the LDOE to come sit in the room, and they sent me incredible feedback about how they can see how my work, which is English learners, connects to their work, and that informs their practice. So the same type of thing, so that you're not operating in silos. This should be a group effort, not just you evaluating your program. So the purpose of the program evaluation toolkit was developed to support your systems in reflecting on your current implementation, identifying strengths and gaps, evaluating instructional access for English learners, analyzing all of the systems and structures that you all have in place, supporting that word that I've been saying over and over again, sustainability and continuous improvement, and aligning planning with actual implementation practices. So in layman's terms, is what you have on paper, does that mirror what's going on in the classroom? And if you have not been in a civics class, there's the opportunity to go visit a civics class to see if English learners are being supported in civics and algebra 2 and all of these different areas. My recommendation also, I know it's the end of the school year, graduations are happening. Please go sit in some content classes before you complete this. Please, because your view is very easy to say what should be happening as the person with all the knowledge about English learners versus someone that is not ill. As a matter of fact, this is a great opportunity to have someone that is not ill to complete this so that they can give you an accurate breakdown of what is happening, not from the ill perspective. It's easy for me to go into a classroom and tweak a couple of things. Oh, move this over here, move this over there, or yes, this is what the teacher is doing, or you know how to coach someone to support language supports. But someone that is not L certified, someone that is not L may give you a more effective review than you, who may have some bias of your own programming. So some of the components of the toolkit include program structure and leadership. These are the things that you are evaluating in the toolkit. Identification and placement, instructional access and supports, professional learning systems, family communication and engagement, monitoring and continuous improvement, scheduling and service delivery or support delivery, and collaboration and implementation structures. Does this look familiar to anyone? These are all the items that were on the LOW plan. They must marry what you put on paper. You should also see in the classroom. They must marry. So some questions that you may want to take a picture of, even though you're going to get a copy of this. Are L's meaningfully accessing grade level instruction in all content areas, not in the ESL class? All content areas. Are instructional supports implemented consistently? This means if I am at an elementary school with a second grade teacher who knows how to teach reading and the students are performing exceptionally well. And then I go to a high school where the content teachers majored in their area and they do not have a background in supporting language acquisition. Are the instructional supports the same? Do you see? Okay. Are language supports embedded within content instruction? I kind of just said that. Do staffing and scheduling structures support sustainability? So if you are a tier 1 system, I know this is a very difficult question for you because I was the one person at the 7 schools and I could not see students because I was supporting teachers. So I know what that looks like. So if that is the process that you have, is that working? Have you or the person that you support, or if you employ someone that is at 7 or 8 different schools, how are they effectively meeting with teachers? If they attend a PLC once every other month, is that really supporting planning? What structures need to change for those job roles, those supports to happen? Maybe you need an L point of contact at every school to be your point person so that when PLCs are happening, that person can drive the conversation about diverse learners and making sure that the data is being pulled in for listening, speaking, reading, and writing, because that one person can't be everywhere, but that point of contact is at that school. Okay. And if you need help with that process, please let me know. I'm happy to help. All things L. Are teachers receiving meaningful professional learning and support? I know I said this earlier, but I want to say it again because I really want to drive that point home. If you have one professional back to school learning for English learners, this is how you support L's, because this is the strategy that we're using. And that is the only professional learning you have for your teachers that will probably not be the most effective for continuing to build their capacity. In order to build capacity for your content teachers, it must be through HQIM and planning. We can give the best strategies to support L's. Everyone in here can probably tell you how to quickly change up a lesson, but the drivers of the room, you must shift from you as the experts or developing experts to the content teachers. They must be able to plan with the use of HQIM to support language acquisition on a continuous basis. This means that professional on-the-job learning is happening during planning, during PLC. This means that collaboration must happen between your ESL teacher, your ESL coach during their planning time, which means their schedules must align. This is the perfect time to talk about scheduling with anyone that creates the schedules. If you have an ESL team of 5 people, do their schedules during planning times match with the teachers that they're supporting? Have you already pre-identified the schools that they are supporting? Do they know who their teachers are? Because they can't be everywhere, but there's a brand new teacher down the hall and there's another brand new teacher on the next wing. And I know how to mirror those schedules to make sure I'm in that person's planning and that person's planning. And then I can complete a full coaching cycle. Do you implement coaching cycles? These are the questions that I'm talking about. If you don't implement coaching cycles, please let me know. I can help with that. Are monitoring systems helping identify implementation needs? If this is the only time right now that you've ever thought about monitoring your system, not the students for 2 years, but the system, then there should be some extra additions to monitoring your system. This can be done twice a year. At the end, at the beginning, in the middle, however you want it to go, because you submit your loud plan at the beginning. This is what we're doing. Midpoint, checkpoint, just like we do for accommodations. Updating accommodations, if the student needs them updated 30 days before testing, etc. Same idea. Updating your processes at the beginning, at the end of the year. So once you get your data, that's when we would implement this. And of course, I put the question with that special word again, sustainable. How do we move from isolated supports to sustainable systems. You are not a one-man show. This is a collaborative effort. I know I've said that throughout the school year, but I want it to be known to you that you are not the only driver of the work, even though you may be the content lead of the work. It is a team effort. So, as another Slido question, can systems be compliant while implementation still varies significantly? And of course, that seems like a very obvious answer, but I just want you to think about it. And as the person that reviewed 200 loud plans, I understand. So, the obvious answer is yes, but this is not what we want for ourselves, and we do not want this throughout the state of Louisiana. Yes, you can be compliant. You can write a beautiful loud plan. I read beautiful loud plans. They were written so well. I was like, oh man, I need to remember this system. If I ever go back into a system, I need to stay connected with them because they wrote this beautiful loud plan. Loud plan. Now, that's great. But what's happening in the classroom? If I go to a random classroom just to complete a walkthrough, is what's happening in that form happening during instruction? And by compliant, I mean, did you turn it in and you got approved? So now your system is compliant. Alexandra is not going to send you 5 emails to say you need to change your loud plan into EGMS and give you feedback. However, is it working? If every student has an accommodation form on file and the AAA team can come in and I know they sometimes they pull forms or contact systems to look at the accommodation forms. That's great. They have them on file. You're compliant. Are the students receiving the accommodations? The teacher signed off on them, but did the teacher select the accommodations? Or did they just get a copy of them that says you need to sign them before September 31st because Alexandra said that they're due before September 21st, whatever date, what have you. That's compliance, but that's not necessarily the best practice. So we want to, as I've been saying all year, shift from, I'm gonna stop looking at y'all, shift from compliance to sustainability and instruction. In theory, but not practice. Okay. So to continue that conversation, compliance focuses on required documentation, identification procedures, services and supports, documentation, required policies and timelines. Program evaluation focuses on, which is what we're doing today, instructional implementation, access to grade level learning, language development within instruction, the sustainability of your systems, consistency across campuses and classrooms, and continuous improvement. So again, before you complete this evaluation of your system, please go sit in a couple of high school classrooms, middle school classrooms, and tier 1 elementary schools. And by tier 1, I mean low population L's. Not your population, not your schools that have high population L's and all the teachers have been teaching L's for so many years and they know how to support. Not just those, the ones that do not have high populations of L's, the ones who have brand new principals that you're not evaluating the principal, no, just the supports that are given to see what you as the L director, L leader, federal programs director need to change or to implement in your program to support instruction. Everything we're doing here is a support. So in connection with your loud plan, it should show, and these are the areas that are outlined on the loud plan, part 1 and part 2 combined: meaningful access to instruction, service or support delivery, instructional supports, staffing and program models, family communication systems, monitoring and progress review, and professional learning and implementation supports. And since we're here on loud plans, I know that everyone in here does not have the ability to type into EGMS. And these are just some, I never gave you guys some feedback from Loud Plans, or since we're talking about it here, and I know Melanie is coming. If the person that is implementing your Loud Plan is not L and they're the business manager and they are tasked with this, or if they're the person that has EGMS access, please partner with them to submit the Loud Plan, because your knowledge base and their knowledge base may be a little bit different. I received a lot, numerous amount of Loud Plans that referenced WIDA standards. Louisiana is an ELPA 21 state. So if you are not collaborating with the person that has access to EGMS, you may have to resubmit a couple of times. So if you need any support with that process, let me know, and I can connect with Melanie to make sure that the right person is collaborating with you. But this is an area that I just want to make sure, if you're in the room and you don't have EGMS access and someone else does, please collaborate with them, because if not, that will result in a couple of resubmissions because that person may not have your knowledge base. Okay. So I have two very simple scenarios. They're not big scenarios like how we typically do and sit down. I pulled out some simple things that may happen in a classroom that I would like you to speak with the people around you with to determine a couple of things. So in these two scenarios, I would like you to consider Loud Plan alignment, instructional access, sustainability, that's the word, consistency of implementation, evidence that may support evaluation, and possible recommendations or next steps. Scenario 1. L students are regularly removed from science instruction for intervention services. I'll read it again. L students are regularly removed from science instruction for intervention services. I'm not saying this is good. I'm not saying this is bad. I picked a very simple scenario that you may see anywhere in tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 systems. With the people around you, please discuss if this structure supports meaningful access to grade level instruction, what instructional concerns may exist, what scheduling concerns may exist, what evidence would help evaluate the implementation of this intervention service, and what recommendations may strengthen the system. So this is something I see all the time in tier 1 systems, or in any system. The child may be pulled for intervention, and for this particular scenario, it just happens to be in science. I just want you to evaluate if you think it's working, if it could work. I know you have limited data, limited information, but if this were happening in your system and a teacher says, this student is missing my class, they're missing core instruction, they're not in here when we use HQIM, and their grade is suffering, how would you implement change? That is one small aspect of a program that can happen across multiple campuses that in turn affects your data. Because L's now on the new scorecard do not, that we know. Okay. Yeah, I see the heads. We know it is very different. So instead of evaluating your whole system for this particular scenario, I just want you to focus on one small thing that you may see in a system, in a school, that can happen anywhere. You can speak with the colleagues that you spoke with earlier. I'll bring it back in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh man, I really hate to stop you guys from talking, but we have one more and a couple of more slides. Oh, this makes me really happy that you guys are so engaged. Would anyone from the audience like to share what your team spoke about? Morgan, yes. Thank you. So essentially, what she was saying is if this is happening, we also need to evaluate for the time that the student is in the classroom, are language supports being provided during the instruction when the student is present. So in order to know that, you have to be in the room. That was the point. Anyone else? Anyone? Yes, sir. Mhm. Thank you so much. So, to his point, you must have a different strategy for elementary and middle and high school. But I'm so glad you mentioned that because you all are overseeing the L program. But this information, this conversation that we're having has to get to who? Principals. It has to get to principals because they are at the schools and they are making schedules and they are supporting the processes. So these, you can take this simple, very simple scenario and have the same conversation with the principal. But in order for you to have this conversation, you must be present in the schools to see what's going on to be able to have this conversation. Thank you so much, both of you. That was great. That brings me to scenario 2. One ESL teacher supports 6 campuses with no protected collaborative planning time. I know this is a little bit easier to discuss. So I'll give us just 2 minutes because we've got to wrap it up so that I can honor your break time and Melanie's presentation. And you're welcome to collaborate with the same colleagues. One stride at a time. All right, I'll bring it back in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I hate to stop your conversations. I know how rich it can be to speak with someone that is not in your system. And I love that you guys are so engaged. So I'm so sorry that I had to stop you guys from talking, but please still connect. Would anyone like to share their feedback from this one? I know this one's a lot easier to talk about and it may hit home for a couple of you. Yes, Miss Parker. Mhm. Thank you, Miss Parker. I'm going to come back to that. And I'm going to hear from Morgan and then I'll wrap us up with this session. Let's talk afterwards. Let's chat out. Let's talk after. So, to Miss Parker's point, in terms of her being able to support, she's been very creative with how she communicates with them. But I want to, I guess, piggyback off something I said earlier, and I'm going to keep referencing you, Ms. Wiltz, because you mentioned this in your presentation the other day. Something that the Zachary school system implemented is a point of contact at an L point of contact at every school. This person may not be L certified. This person may not provide any direct L supports, but every teacher that is rostered to an English learner is an L teacher. So everyone must have some type of knowledge to support listening, speaking, reading, and writing through their HQIM and their content areas. So this may be an area to implement an L point of contact so that no matter who is in the room during a PLC or collaborative planning time or how whatever your system calls it, that person can drive the conversation for planning for diverse learners by way of students with disabilities or English learners. So that is a possible solution. And the system can figure out what that looks like, or the schools can figure out what that looks like. But if you need help having that conversation, please let me know. Thank you all for sharing that. So some reflection questions I will quickly gloss over. What implementation gaps appeared most frequently? What evidence was often missing from what you can pull from the situation or what you were able to discuss? What areas seem the strongest? What systems appear most difficult to sustain? And what statewide trends continue to emerge? So those are the questions you can take a picture of that are pertaining to the tool kit. Okay. And again, I'm going to share this slide deck with everyone. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to have us to go through this because earlier I said that this should be a collaborative effort. You should not be the only person, I'll say it a couple of times, you should not be the only person evaluating your L program. It should also not just be you and your L staff. There should be someone else that is not on your direct team evaluating your programming. It could be your chief academic officer. It can be your ELA coordinator, lead, whatever other person that is not directly related to your team that will have an unbiased opinion of what is actually happening. Also, that person should be able to go inside of classrooms to see what is happening so that they can have an accurate depiction of what is going on and not just what they think is going on because they're the person that pressed send on the loud plan. So for some next steps, I will not read these to you verbatim, but all of these items are covered in your loud plan and they're also covered in the program toolkit. I will send this copy to everyone. As well. These are all of the common barriers that we spoke about today. So for next school year, of course, the EOPS has not changed. We know we must do that within 30 days of enrolling a student. This is the testing window for the EOPT and EOPT Connect for next year. I see a couple of people taking pictures, so I'm going to wait for a second. The L data profile is still available. It has been updated. We found a couple of changes that needed to be made. So this is online. It is also linked here. If you want to go through your system's data for the past 3 years before the EOPT scores come out, you can make some comparisons. You're welcome to do that. It is available. If you've been on the English Learner resource page lately on the LDOE site, I rearranged everything so it may look a little bit different. If you haven't, I put them in a couple of topic areas that mirror the L handbook. So if you haven't been on it lately, I've restructured some things, moved some things around. If you can't find anything, just let me know. Yes. It won't be immediate. I'll just say that. The scores have to come out, the leave scores have to come out, any other data has to come out, and then I'll have to meet with the team that puts all this together. So it won't be quick. You will have to self-analyze before it comes out, which is I know that's what you're asking. Mm-hmm. We're all working real hard. I also wanted to mention that the interest survey for the National Professional Development Grant for that leadership, that principal cohort, any school building leaders or district leaders that want to get their L certification tuition free, that interest survey is still open. Please have anyone that's interested fill it out sooner than later before that window closes because they are about to send out. I just met with that team last week. They're going to send out the application and the required Zoom. And once that required Zoom happens, you will not, or anyone will not be able to join that cohort or complete that application. So if you have any school building leaders, district leaders, anyone, even if they're teachers that want to get certified, this is the last year of the grant officially. So even though there may be more opportunities in the future, this is the last official year of this grant. So please have them fill it out. You can share this with anyone to get their ESL certification for free. This is the professional learning series that I mentioned earlier is linked. The Canvas course, Canopy course for ELA, Math, Science, and Social Studies, as well as SPED for principals and SPED for teachers. That has not changed. It will be updated once the supporting language objectives by way of the word success criteria is ready. That will be added onto that form as well. The tiered impact calls for June for tier 1 are June 11th, June 18th, and June 25th on Zoom. They are linked there. I will send everyone an email again reminding them after teacher leader. If you are not a 11, 12-month employee, you're still welcome to log on to the Zooms and ask me any questions. We're going to talk about data on these calls. Hopefully you will have your EOPT data by then and you can plug some numbers in. These are the dates for the institutes for next year: August 26th, January 26th, March 8th, and May 10th. All of those forms are available and I will send them to you in the links for next year. And of course, you have all of our emails. We're going to take a short break and then my colleague will come up for her session. Thank you.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Couple minutes. Sorry, Mel.
That's okay. No, no, no. I don't plus I. And then this is the,
The different kind of flicker. Just go right.
okay. And then is this what I need to speak into for the online? Oh,
It comes on, but then it cuts right off. So turn red. Yep. Yep.
thank you. Of course, of course. Okay, we'll give everybody about another 5 minutes, then we'll get started. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started here. I don't want to be the one to be standing between you and lunch. So I am Melanie Mayu, and I am a supervisor in the federal support. Everybody ready to start? In 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Mayu, and I am a supervisor in the federal support and grantee relations section. And I am the state coordinator for Title III and the state director for migrant education. And anyway, also work with all the titles, Title I, Title II. I work for do some work for 21st century. So anyway, pretty much you name it, it goes across my desk at some point. So what I want to talk about when Dr. Chenevert and I were talking about this institute, I wanted to provide for you something that those of you that in your positions may not be as aware of as you should be, or could be, in terms of the funding and the funding cycles, and how the money gets to your district. and, you know, where we are in terms of spend down. So I wanted to share that with you this morning. These are our priorities. I'm sure you've already seen those. You know, I always start my presentations with the legal requirements, and some of you reported on them when I walked in, some things that were very concerning in terms of meeting the legal requirements for English learners. So I always want to, you know, kind of ground us in that, and then we will move into the rest of the presentation. You know, the primary supports for ELS, Title I and Title III, and funding cycles and key areas of impact in terms of leveraging the dollars. So, you know, the overview of the civil rights, this is really an awkward setup. I can't see, I should have printed out my slides. But the overview of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Equal Education Opportunities Act of 1974. English learners are covered in both of these and the civil rights that they are afforded under these acts. So this is you know, a lot of words, and I don't want to read the entire slide. And again, every presentation I give, I always start with these. And these are outside of, these must be met before any other dollars can be spent, right? School districts must have things in place to meet these requirements before any federal money is spent on any of these activities. So that they must have procedures to identify English learners, which we do, that they are entitled to. Please notice that word. They are entitled to appropriate language assistance services to become proficient in English and to participate equally in standard instructional program within a reasonable period of time. Program must be educationally sound in theory and practice. So our English learners, through these acts, must be given equal access to whatever curriculum it is, whatever instruction it is that is happening in the class. And this is the one I want to highlight, especially with the discussion we just had. EL programs must have sufficient resources to ensure the programs are effectively implemented, including highly qualified teachers, support staff, and appropriate instructional materials. I want you to think about for a second and then think about one person. Could you argue that that is meeting this civil rights requirement? It would be difficult. So again, in the school district, there must be an understanding that, like I said, in meeting these civil rights requirements, and there's more, in meeting these civil rights requirements, to not meet them makes the school district vulnerable, first of all, and you're just not providing education for an entire group. So again, these are under these laws. So they must have access to their grade level curricula so they can meet promotion and graduation requirements and are entitled to equal opportunity to participate in all programs, including athletics, all advanced placement, international baccalaureate clubs, and honor society. So again, they must have, and listen, Dr. Schindler presented so many amazing resources to help school districts have the systems and programs in place to be able to do this. But again, they must have access to the tools, whether it's counseling, whether it's I mean, there's just all kinds of things. And again, we say it over and over and over and over that it is the content teacher. That is the most important piece of this talk. Because if a child is not being given equal access in his or her content class, the disadvantage that puts them at is huge. So it's the content teacher in the content classes that needs the tools and the support and the knowledge that he or she needs to give every English learner in that classroom equal access to the curriculum. And that's not to say there's not a role for pull-out classes, or that's not to say that there's not, but they need to be used very carefully before any child is removed from a content. And school districts may not segregate students based on their national origin or L status, and students with disabilities must be provided both language assistant and disability-related services. And school systems need to have things in place to determine which is which. So, is this child not progressing the way that we would like them to? Is it because of a language development, or is it because of a learning disability? And parents may choose to opt their children out of a school district's L program, but that does not opt the school out of providing services or providing equal access. It is the supplemental service that a parent may be opting out of, not the fundamental. A parent cannot opt a child out of the. But if you have, and we've had certain districts, certainly we've worked with them in the past, to show, that a whole lot of your parents are opting out. You need to find out why. Because, and again, there could be all kinds of reasons, but in one particular case, it was the folks in the school district was sending the L's to another school for service. And the parents didn't want that. So we're concerned. So again, be sure that you're speaking to your parents and that they understand that these are the supplemental services that your child can be provided and the benefits of those. And then they must monitor the progress of L's to ensure, again, programs must be evaluated. Yes, Pat. But that is happening within the classroom, right? That is not a supplemental service. And again, some parents may be concerned that their children are being taken out of class and taken to another classroom or to another teacher. But in that particular case, that is meeting these qualifications that those children are being given equal access to the curriculum and the content in that classroom. So that is not, and where you really want to look at in terms of the opt-out or the services being provided in private, those should always, never do Title III, even if you can't use any federal. So, and in that case, the teacher being into the classroom, which is something, or if there's a coach in the classroom that is helping the teacher or teaching with the teacher, then none of that would be considered supplemental, and that the child would continue to participate in this. Because remember, you've got all of Okay. And then parents whose language is not, whose first language is not English, also have the right to have communications that are given to English speaking parents, given to them. Some school districts have all of your student handbooks, your fundamental school documents should all be translated at a minimum to Spanish. And again, if you have, a large enough population, have one or two, still have to provide translations for that. So again, it may be a language line, it may be, there's different kinds of ways, and there is a difference between translation and interpreter. You must have, so pull out, the Spanish speaker down the like that interpreter. Because these are documents that you must be very sure are being provided to the parent correct and with correct translation. If it is given to the parent, yeah. Yes, yes. Yes. You don't, just think about it. Just think about it in your own. How many of you have children? Actually, it's something like a non. Say, well, you just don't. No, everyone. It better be an interpreter, first of all. It better be an interpreter that is very well skilled in special ed. But again, I tell you what, let me back a little bit. Let me back up. Let me reach out to my special ed and let me really look at the law in terms of providing translation of the document. Okay, and let me get there, and I'll send it to Dr. Chenevert so she can share it. But special ed, again, you just have to be, very careful that you're not leaving something open that the parent may not understand. And certainly you must have an interpreter. But again, an interpreter that understands special education, because there can be some very specific medical terms that are being. Yeah. I don't depress. I don't know. I'm going to make sure. We need to make sure that that is the case. It's a curious stance to me, but again, I don't want to give y'all the wrong information because I am not special ed. So I will find out the actual guidelines, I will reach out to my special ed group to see what are the guidelines, and I will get them. But again, it is my understanding, and this is just my understanding, that any parent-facing document must be given to the parent in their language. Now, depending upon the language that the parent speaks, could also, like last week, we had a request for Tagalog, something, I don't know. I can't remember what the language was, but it was a very unusual dialect and again, it was a special ed situation of getting it translated. Those circumstances there may be a little, but still there needs to be someone in the room that can speak that language. But still, let me do some work, some research on this, because I do not want to give you the wrong answer here. Okay. I believe it does, but I want to make sure. Right. Because again, I certainly do not want to give you wrong information. So please don't go back to your district, go, Melanie said. Okay, so yeah, it's like I always hear that whenever we give presentation, well, Dr. Shinnebear said, right? It's like, okay, so I don't know the answer. I don't know the correct and full answer to this, but I'm going to find it. I can definitely do that. Okay. All right, and again, we've been over this and y'all may be very familiar with this. The primary funder now federally, all the civil rights got to come out of general fund. So the primary provider now, or the primary funding source for English learners is now Title I, Part A, not Title III. And every district gets Title I, Part A. And you can do a set aside in Title I, Part A, where you can actually set aside a amount of money to serve your English learners throughout the district. So, and ESSA moved 80% of Title III into Title I, knowing it's much bigger, first of all, exponentially bigger than Title III, and every district, almost every district, gets Title I. It's very unusual for a school district to not get Title I. So these are the things that were moved from Title III into Title I: the assessment and accountability requirements, again, related to parent notification, parent outreach, and notice and format, like when a child is identified as an English learner, the notification that has to go out to the parent. And also Title I has that a school district needs to have regular meetings with their English learners, parents, hopefully with their English learners as well. But their English learner parents, that's hard to say. Now, of course, being statute, it doesn't define what regular means. Some school districts do it like twice a year, like at the end of every semester, or, some even do it a little more often, but it needs to be specifically for L parents, and it cannot just be on the agenda of another meeting. So if you have your Title I meeting, you would have to have a separate meeting for the English learner parents, but again, it could be the same day, because we've got that logistics can be hard. Yeah. Yes, right. As long as it's specific for them, as long as it's not just a line item on an agenda. But yes, because listen, I totally understand that there's always logistics into getting parents to meetings and so, however you can make that more convenient for them and for you, but to talk about, their concerns and to have, a regular meeting for, to recommendations from the parent, and again, to get, their feedback. And to be sure that the language barriers are taken care of. Title III is a supplemental program. How many of y'all are districts that get Title III? Yeah. Just a couple. Title III is a supplemental fund that is designed to help improve, enhance education, and to increase language proficiency, English language proficiency. And again, it's after the general funds take care of all of the civil rights requirements. After Title I takes care of its part, then Title III is then the supplement. So let's say district civil rights program are your primary program to increase, to make sure that students have access, equal access to a curriculum. I don't know, it's differentiated instruction. And, you know, you bring in some. And that and then there's some supplemental materials, or there's some supplemental TVs that can be done, or there's something that can enhance that. That's where Title III. And everybody is doing much better job. I see much more, yeah, Title III budgets. There's a $10,000 threshold for Title III. It depends every year, the number of L's that it takes to reach that threshold changes every year because it depends on how much we get and all that sort of stuff. But it's around 90-ish. And districts can form together to form consortiums to meet that $10,000 threshold. We have a 12 consortium right now. In Louisiana, and the consortia handbook is now available if districts would like to form consortia. There has to be a fiscal agent. So if you're not in a consortia, if you would like to join with another district to meet that Title III threshold, let me know and I can give you all of the information. You know, see if we can help you make that happen. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, like newcomer program, anything electronic or online, all of it. And yeah, but absolutely, that sounds like, you know, again, look at your bigger program, then say, okay, what should we add to this? Can we bring in more professionals? Can we bring in more resources? Can we start using English learner coaching? Looking at all of the strategies that Dr. Schoonerbeer recommends, what do we need to do to make those such like the copy and collected all of our dollars, out of $1, out of $3, it's kind of big. I would use Title II, but yeah, for the most part. I mean, again, I'm always hesitant to answer these types of questions because I'd like to know more of the details. But let me say, in its broadest sense, yes. Because again, that's supplemental. Anything in the supplement, right? Is almost always going to supplement. And so that would be, you know, to have teachers and to develop especially if you're doing the NPF Title. But remember also you have Title II, which is strictly for PD that absolutely can do PD for teachers for English learners. Because as Dr. Schoonerbeer just said, any teacher with an L in their classroom is an EL. All right. Immigrant. I always get questions about immigrant. Immigrant is a portion of Title. You'll see them next. We get Title III, right? We get that from the feds. And then we can reserve up to 15%. Maybe there's stuff we take off for the, you know, for state administration. And then, but what we have left for the districts, we take 15% of that, and it is for Title III immigrants. And those funds are for districts that have experienced an increase in their immigrant population. This is the definition of an immigrant. Age 3 through 21, was not born in any states, including District of Columbia, Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and has not been attending any one or more schools in the United States for more than 3 full years. You ask these questions like where they were born, state of origin, whether or not they have been at the previous school. What is not on that thing? Whether they're English one, right? There is no requirement. You know, like we have immigrants that were born in, that these parents were expats in Germany. They were born in Germany. They came to the United States. They met all of this criteria, and they are American. Don't have a country of origin. For the what? Migrants are not different thing, totally different thing. Migrants move to work, right? So no, it should be under the restriction, because without that, we can't give you a count of your immigrants. Because we look at your data in Edling, and to see, was this child born in the United States? And migrants could be born in Terrebonne, Paris. There's no hint that has been. It makes me crazy every time I hear people actually refer to immigrants. And they're actually referring to but anyway, look, we won't go there. So, but the thing for you, because then we look at this data from your district and we say, okay, what is this? 20, we're getting ready to go to 2020, 26, 27. So we're going to say, okay, well, let's go back. We don't have to say it yet. To determine the count, we look at the 2 previous years and we add them up. And then we look at, so for 26, 27, we will look at the October count of your immigrants in 26, 27 and say, did it increase over this average? And if it did, you get immigrants. Immigrant funds are very soft. So be careful what you use them for. Be very cautious if you're doing staffing, or if you're, especially if it's like a new position, because you can get it one year and not the next. Because again, it depends upon the fluctuation of immigrant students into your district. So, but they also can be, immigrant funds can also be used further than Title III. You can do parent, you can do things for parents, family, and parent and child programs. You've had some programs that have done classes for the parent on the American school system. It is stuff to meet the needs of a child who is not, and a family who is not familiar with the university or your district. We've had some districts that have done training for the teachers of the difference in the school system and the difference in the interaction of so a teacher in school can learn more as to what this parent's experience were and in their country of what their relationship and their experience to the school system, which is usually very different than ours. So to just kind of make our newcomer program, immigrant absolutely could be used to supplement your new. So these funds, but again, they're very small. Okay. Any question? Okay, we're good. All right, so now let's look at how in the world do we get all this? Every July, well, most, we receive from the feds what's called the grant, which is a grant award that says, this is how much money you're getting in Title I. This is how much money you're getting in Title. This is how much money you're getting in migrant. All of the time, you get grants. And over the last 3 years, as you can see, of course, immigrant goes up if Title III goes up because it's a percentage of Title III. You can see how much Title III has increased. And this is money that has been flowed out to the district. So in 25, 26, we flowed out almost $5 million to district. And remember, it's based on an L. So, so that's, you know, so, and we have some districts because of their L counts that receive over $1 million. Yeah, absolutely. But then of course we had some that, you know, all right. Now let's talk about, and this is one thing I really want to know. Is your district spending this? The answer is yes. The answer is federal funds have 27 months viability. All federal, well, I can't say all federal, certainly all the types, federal and federal. So, and so the funds that your district received in 23, 24, and 24, 25 will expire September the 30th of 26. That means they will no longer be available. Now, we may get a waiver for 24, but definitely 23, 24 are going to be gone. Well, the good news is we only have one district that that we're working with to make sure they spend money before it expires. But we have 8 with immigrants. We only had 16 in the dollar. So, and it's 76, and again, I'm going to send out emails to each of your districts saying, okay, this is how much. But then look at 24, 25. $1.1 million of Title III has not been spent or reimbursed. Let me put it that way. It may have been spent, but you haven't asked us for the money back. And that's 24, 25, which means you have all of 25, 26. And then 221,000, 21 district immigrants. So this is what I want you to do. When you're doing your evaluation, you're doing your lab, when you're looking at the needs of your English one, I want you to go to your federal programs people and ask them, do we have these facts? Because that money needs to be, and you can, again, there's no, it can cover anything else. Just because they're expiring, it doesn't change the characteristics. So the money has to be spent or encumbered on or before September the 3rd. So make sure you, as English learner, staff, teachers, coordinators, all of those things, are having conversations with your fiscal staff, your federal programs director, to make sure you know how much money they're really using. And again, you can look at, okay, with programs, but of course you want those to be data driven. You want them to be based upon your evaluation. Maybe you see, you know what, our L's are really struggling in writing. So we're going to get this really cool supplemental writing program for English learners. Or we're going to bring in rainmakers in terms of professional development. So, no, because if you serve English learners and you have any say into how are you serving those English learners, you need to know the fiscal issue. $1.1 million. Title III, the last thing. And again, I've got a breakdown of which. And of course, you know, there was all of the ESSER money. I mean, I'm not saying there's not reasons for it, but there is very few things that make me crazier than sending back money to the federal government. Especially in children that I know have such huge, like I said, maybe you hire another staff member, hire someone to help, to do whatever. Now I know hiring always is tricky because you got to be able to sustain it, but you also got all of 25, 40 staff. So anyway, so I need y'all to be aware that this is a conversation that needs to be had. And I'm not saying it's not being had in your district offices, but they need to include program staff in these stuff. And to look at, like I said, the evaluations, the data, how are our L's doing? Do we need more support teams? Do we need, do you need an online program of some kind? So, yes, so this is definitely out there. And then also, what the heck happened there? That is not what it looked like. Oh, okay. I'll tell you what that actually is supposed to say, and I'll fix it. This is the timeline. So of the whole grant district gets money for. So you can see when at which points the planning should be happening all year. So when these discussions are met, and definitely, and we always encourage in districts, and listen, I understand that there are logistics and all kinds of stuff. Who is at the table when your yearly budgets are being developed? Oh, sorry. Who is at the table when budgets are being developed? And who needs to be at the table? In every district, there needs to be someone. If you are serving English learners, someone from that educational staff needs to be at the table. Okay. So I'm so sorry that happened. We'll figure it. Okay. So in October, Super Apps open. That's getting ready to happen, bless you, in soon. Okay, and then that's for all of the planning. But then in May is when the allocations and competitive funds are loaded. 90% of what you had previously. Title III is not included in those. And I get this question every year. Matter of fact, I've got it as we speak in my emails. Why isn't Title III in the application? It's because we have to have, first of all, we only have projected what we're going to get from the feds for next year. And we have had in the past where we've had to take money back from districts, because we didn't really know the amounts that we were dealing with, and we don't know the counts. So we decided to not include Title III in the May estimate. But And then on the June 30th, budgets are due. EGMS applications are due. So the ones that have been planned, the initial allocations are all being done. So as we speak, your district is creating your budget. Title III, Title I, all of them. They're creating their budgets. Now, again, it's based upon a percentage of what they have this year because we don't know the amounts that we don't know how much well, we have a projection of it. But again, you need to be looking at your evaluations. How are your Ls doing? What is it that we've been using Title III for? Is it working? Are we using a set aside for Title I? All of those discussions should be happening as we speak. Okay, then July the 1st, we get the grant award notice from the feds. So now we know how much we're getting. In late August, we load what we call preliminary because we did get an estimate back in, well, in the fall, late fall, we get an estimate or very early spring, we get an estimate from the feds that say, listen, the way it all looks right now, this is how much you're going to get in Title III. The way it all looks right now, this is how much you're going to get in Title I, all the things. So we use 90% of that estimate of real, so those are $26, $27, and loaded into EGMS. And Title III is included. So then in December, we have the GANs, we have the official amounts, everything that we know to be true is now true, that we predicted, and final allocations are loaded. Immigrant funds are not loaded until December because we need the counts from October to see if there's been an increase. Now, and y'all may be sitting here going, why is she telling us all this? I need you to know the planning year of your district so discussions can be had as to what have we been doing? Has it worked? We're updating our allow plan. How do we want to budget for 26, 27 to have the most impact we can on our English learners? And English learner department staff needs to be part of those discussions. And Title I. Okay. So this is from last time, actually, and this is just, I want to leave some time for some questions of areas of impact, of the biggest areas of impact that you can have for your English learners. So you want to look at these when you're saying, how do we spend this money? Remember, you've got 24, 25, 25, 26, you're getting ready to have 26, 27. So, of what are the areas of the greatest impact and what are the areas of the greatest need and what is happening in our content classrooms? And how do we use these funds to help support it? Instructional programs, professional development, which is what you said. You can use Title III to do professional development. You can use Title II to do professional development. Title I, of course. Family and community engagement, support for immigrant students, coordination and alignment. How am I coordinating and aligning with our other programs? Somebody talked about their curriculum. How am I aligning the English learner supports, the scaffolding, the making it equally accessible? How am I aligning those? And do I need supplemental materials and programs and activities to help those align? And then evaluation, which y'all talked about this morning. I'll never needs assessment, and forgive me if you've heard me say this before. I went to I always get lost in the acronyms of our national organizations. But anyway, NFIPA, I think, 1 year, and they had like pre-sessions. And one of them was on creating an effective needs assessment. During her presentation, she asked us, what is the greatest example that we have in history, or one of the greatest in history, of the problem of not having a needs assessment? Do you know what the answer was? The Titanic. They didn't, if they would have done a needs assessment ahead of time, but yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, the Titanic. If they'd have done a needs assessment, they'd have known they didn't have enough lifeboats on that boat. They'd have known that the life preservers were locked up in a closet where the guy with the key wasn't even on the ship. They would have known that there was probably a fire burning in the hull. So again, don't be the Titanic. Do a needs assessment, do your evaluation. What do your kids need? What do your L's need? And meet those needs. And use these federal funds to help meet them. All right. Okay, any questions? And I know we've got the question pending about special ed, and I will find the answer to it. So was this helpful? Like I said, I realized, you know what, this group probably have never seen all of this. So does your district have money? Maybe. I don't know. And again, I'm going to send out emails to all of the districts that have especially the 24-25 money. That's very close to expiring. No questions? All right. Well, you're going to go to lunch 10 minutes early, which is always a good plan in this building. And so listen, y'all been great. I'm going to follow up with you on the special ed, and thank you for all that you do and all that you do to serve our kids, and have a great rest of your day, and go enjoy.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you so much. We appreciate that, Melanie. As she said, you are free to go to lunch, and you probably want to go a little bit earlier if you're going in our cafe. It's prime time. As a reminder, food is not allowed in the Louisiana purchase room, but you're welcome to eat anywhere else in the building. There's seating in the cafe, that there are new seats and chairs. And we will reconvene at 1:15 in this room. Again, please no food or drink in this room, the Louisiana purchase room. If you happen to come back in earlier, please feel free to complete any of the anchor charts around the room. They're the same on the left and on the right. This is just information that I can take with me to make any changes needed to help you. Thank you guys so much. See you after lunch.
To see y'all at Teacher Leader.
And Melanie will be at Teacher Leader Summit.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to session 4 of the L Institute. I know we have a couple of folks that are coming back in from lunch. We've started the live stream again, and I want to honor everyone's time. Our afternoon session will include a double presentation from some of our colleagues in Jefferson Parish. As you know, they have a high population of English learners in Jefferson Parish, and they are going to share a little bit about their system and then also a little bit about their experience with L Fellows and some things that you can possibly replicate in your system. So if you were here last year, we had the same type of session with Ascension Parish. So this year we are featuring Jefferson Parish, and I will turn it over to them. As a reminder, please just speak into the mic so that our friends online can hear. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are Jefferson Parish. I'm Karina Sanchez, one of the L coordinators, Claudia Varela, another L coordinator, and Natalia Nieto Layos. Oh, well, right there, I have her name. I'm trying to get used to this clicker. Okay. So we're gonna talk a little bit about who we are and the programs that we have. And just to give you some context about our district, as you know, in the US, Ls are a growing population, which, you know, they state that about 40% of entire school-age students will be Ls. In Louisiana, it's not as large. I think the last time was 4%. I don't know where it's at around now, but 35,000 students who speak Spanish, Vietnamese, Arabic, Chinese, French, etc., which you all know. You guys have them at your schools. At our school specifically, we have in the last 9 years gone from 6,392 to 8,947, which basically makes up 20% of our population. I'm gonna let you continue the slide here.
All righty, I'm Claudia Varela. I'm going to be talking about the overview of the students that we have in Jefferson Parish. And I was supposed to have it here so that I can see. And sorry. All right, I'm just going to read it from here. So we have about 20% of our students in Jefferson Parish are English learners. From those English learners, from that 20%, 89% speak Spanish, 4% Arabic, 2% Vietnamese, and 5% any other language. One out of every 5 students in Jefferson Parish is an English learner. So we do have quite a bit. Oh, sorry. So, sorry. Out of the 37% of students that we have that are Hispanic, 51% of those students are English learners. So not everyone, because they're Hispanic, they're English learners. 35% of Black students that we have, 1% of those are English learners. From the 23% white students that we have, 4% are English learners. 5% of Asian students that we have, 14% of them are English learners, and 1% of other, 9% of that other category are English learners.
And these are all the countries that are represented in our school system, which it's pretty broad. As you can see, there's students all over from Africa, Senegal, Haiti, Vietnam, Israel, El Salvador. I mean, we have a long list from Palestine, China, Belize, Egypt. I mean, the representation is pretty broad in our district. I'm sure many of you have several of these students in your own school system as well. Now, the programs that we offered or the call to action that Jefferson Parish came up with, obviously we needed some resources to support these students, and we have different programs and different professionals that are, can you all hear well? That are attending our students, which we have the newcomer program, which Corina will explain in a little bit, is represented in 12 of our schools. She will dive in deep, but the newcomer teachers that we have right now is 29, although
is going to be changing, unfortunately, next year. She will dive a little bit more into it. We also have the dual language program, which is also available in 12 of our schools. This program is slightly different because the goal is to promote louder bilingualism and that the students become bilingual. And we do have a lot more teachers for that because the program started later on, we'll explain, but really only with 2 schools. And now we have 12 schools right now, which in total we have 96 teachers, Spanish teachers, and 49 ELD teachers. We also do have ESL coaches that supports on those schools. Currently, we have 54, although our goal is to have 70 ESL coaches supporting our teachers in the school, teachers and students. Besides these big programs, we also have, of course, ESL teachers that every year we try to encourage teachers to become ESL teachers because we have ESL students in every single classroom in Jefferson Parish. So we need teachers to know how to help those students and how to promote those scaffolds and provide those helps that they really need. We also have ESL social workers, 3 right now, and I believe we are looking for more, correct? And some bilingual ESL paraprofessionals that are also represented in some classes. I think I pass it along for the newcomers coordinator.
So as Natalia mentioned, we had a call to action. We had to create programs that are going to support our student population. One of those programs is the newcomer program, which I oversee. I was going to give you a little story about myself, just so you know the face behind the name and why it is I do what I do. And I'm going to share a little story with you guys. So I'm going to share my story, basically. So oh, thank you. I was looking at it. See, I got confused. So this is me. We all have a story. All of the students in our schools have a story. All the educators in this room have a story too. And I'm going to share with you mine. My story begins like this. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was entering public school in Los Angeles in the 1980s during a time when classrooms were rapidly changing and welcoming more English learners than ever before. She did not yet have the language, but she had determination. So she worked twice as hard as her peers. She asked countless questions when she learned how to do that, and succeeded academically through great perseverance, but most importantly with the support of her teachers that believed in her. So when she eventually became a teacher herself, she realized something important. A child's success should not depend on how lucky they are to find that support. So in the story, fairy tales usually end with happily ever after. For this girl, it did. But for not all English learners, for English learners, success is not magic. We have to put in that work for them. It comes from teachers, systems, support, opportunity, and people who believe in children before they can fully express their brilliance in English. And that is why I do the work I do today. And that is why I'm going to show you all the awesome stuff we're doing. And I basically do it for all the little boys and girls. Oh, there you go. Like this one, who simply need us to help create paths for them to become brilliantly successful. So let me get this one. Now I'm getting confused. Okay, so the newcomer program. So our newcomer program that I oversee is an on-ramp for our newcomer students who have been in a US school for less than a year. It is intended for to be short-term. Students are not to be there 2-3 years. The idea is to build foundational English skills, introduce US school norms and expectations, kind of that safe space for them to come in and learn how things function, provide access to grade level content using scaffolds, a welcoming environment, bridge gaps in prior education when needed, and affirm students' linguistic identities and not replace them. So as we talked earlier, we have over 8,000 Ls at our school. About 770 of them are newcomers. Our program focuses in schools that have higher population of newcomers in middle schools and high schools, which is about 300 plus students. So the other ones are K through 5 spread across. So these are the locations of the schools that we're at: 6 middle schools, 6 high schools. To enter into the program, as I mentioned, the student has to have been in the US school less than 1 year, and also on the ELPS have scored emerging. The other thing we do is, once they've been in the program for the full year or 2 semesters, the way we break it up, students are allowed to demonstrate enough growth to exit if needed. So our teachers are working on monitoring any progress that is made, and we use that, if they happen to come in the spring and took the ELPT and it showed that they were at a progressing 1, and the teacher believes that the work that they're demonstrating and the ELPT shows that they're ready to move on, they can move on to the gen ed classes. Also, we use American Reading Company's IRLA, which is Independent Reading Level Assessment. So we check their literacy to see how they're moving on literacy. So if they get to a 3rd grade level, that is also, we can use that as evidence of growth and readiness to be exited if needed. But that's a conversation that happens with the teachers, the administrators, the ESL coaches on deciding when the students, but we don't want to just keep them in there until the year is complete. We want them to support them. What else? Okay. So a couple of things that I wanted to share, other than like the basics, is a couple of, I call them foundational skills that we introduced to our teachers. These were structures that we set into our newcomer classrooms that we shared with the teachers, the coaches, the principals on helping our newcomers in that classroom. Many of our teachers were novice teachers, so a lot of these structures were new to them, and it was a lot of great work. We've been working on these 2 structures, these 2 goals, these last 2 years, and I'm going to explain to you a little bit about what they are. The first one was multilingual ecology. It's a strategy that we have been using, and the second one is small group centers, so elementary style, basically. So for those of you that are familiar with centers and rotations, it was not me because I was a middle school, high school person, so I didn't see it as often. But I had to convince my middle school and high school newcomer teachers how to do it, and we did. So I'm going to talk about what it looks like and the purposes of each of those structures. So multilingual ecology, in essence, this is our terminology of what is multilingual ecology. All languages are included to provide students with equity and access to the content and language. The classroom environment represents all languages. I know most of our students speak Spanish, but we're using all the languages are part of our family, are part of our room, are part of the school. Through the use of word walls, dictionaries, books, translanguaging as needed, as they're becoming more used to with English, being able to pull from their repertoire of English. Students feel safe, welcome, seen, and represented in the classroom, and students are partners and are able to co-create charts to support their learning and language. So speaking on that last quadrant, the charts, you're seeing a picture of our multilingual ecology word wall, as I guess we would say. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we use that structure in our classes, and how it represents multilingual ecology. So that's one of the things we worked on for a year together, on how to identify. Oh, one piece I forgot. The curriculum we use is grade level standards. So 6th, 7th, and 8th, 9th, 10th grade level. So what we did is, with the curriculum, we taught them how to backwards plan and look at the units and say, what are going to be the non-negotiable academic vocabulary words that they're going to need to know by the end of this unit. And then they would create that list of words. The teachers would have the words in English, and they would do it color coded too. Some of our schools are tied to our dual language schools. So we try to keep some of that color coding, coming into the newcomer program. So that the teachers are aware of that. So what we did, the teacher would put the word all the way on the left and then list all the languages in the classroom, leave it blank. As the word would come up in the lesson during the week, during the day, then they would talk about that word, kind of front load the vocabulary, and then have the students look it up in their dictionaries, word-to-word dictionaries, and then have a volunteer come up and write it themselves and be part of that process. At first, it would take a long time. It took students like that time of vocabulary took like a good 5-10 minutes. But once the kids got it, it was just quick. It was like in their do nows, real quick. So that's how they did it. And then obviously they would add an image. So we had advised teachers, you could print out an image ahead of time, post it, you could draw it. Some teachers, like this teacher, she would take the students and have them do it in groups, and each group drew their own image and added it up there. But the essence, the look fors of what it should include is all languages and a visual, non-negotiable. Co-created. It's not the teacher putting a poster just to put a poster with the words and the kids just look at it. No, they are part of that creation and part of that process. It's in a designated location in the room. So while they're on that unit, it's in that spot by the smart board, Promethean board. And then once they're done with that unit, they can then go ahead and put it in a different part of the room. They collect it on the back, leave it as a bookmark. But then the new unit would have the new words up in the front, large enough for all students to see. A lot of our new teachers didn't realize that the student in the back had to see the small writing. It's like, make it big. So we threw that in there. We created these together as like, okay, what are going to be our look fors, updated with each unit and removed when it's complete. So that's how that works. These are examples of the other quadrants of what multilingual ecology is. So not just the word wall and language in the classroom, but it's that welcoming environment outside of the classroom, in the hallways, in the offices. So here's one school that's using, bilingual Spanish and English. In the front office, they have all the resources for the parents in the parents' languages. So that's multilingual ecology. So the parents come in and they're like, oh, we're part of this school. Awesome. Like, great. They're looking out for me. Also, thank you. Also, culture, like adding, images, especially for Hispanic Heritage Month, which I'm sure a lot of the schools here did that. So here's some examples of that. And then that's multilingual ecology in a snapshot. The second structure that we did was whole group to small group rotations. What we did is we explained to teachers how to go from whole group instruction. You start your class off whole group, and then once you're done, you break off into 3 groups. This took us a good 2 years, and we're still barely there. We're just, I want to say like 50% of our teachers are still kind of like getting there. It takes a while. I've heard it for especially middle school, high school to learn how to do this, but they're very eager. A lot of the teachers that were like, I don't know how I taught before. This is great. Like, our students are so engaged. I was like, yes, that's the point. So the 3 we go from whole group. Then once we go to the small group, they are very strategic. The 3 centers are teacher-led, collaborative, and writing. So what you're seeing is during the whole group instruction, and I'm going to give you a little bit quick blurb on what the purpose is of each of them. In the whole group instruction, it's to build academic concepts and thinking needed to prepare students for grade level courses. So during that whole group instruction, they're teaching their content standards at the level, scaffolds, exposing the students to the standards. Yeah, so that's what I said. Yeah, so, the format is thematic, engaging whole group units. Instructional approach is significantly scaffolded with gradual release and cooperative practice, with some learning taught for exposure rather than specific to the learning and language objectives. We understand some of our students may not be full mastery at that point if they're just coming in or if they have gaps. So some of the things that they'll have to do is just some exposure to the grade level. Texts. So again, the texts are grade level and flexible student grouping. So flexible and home language alike groups work together collaborative using thinking maps to apply whole group learning. That's the description of that. For the small group, the purpose is to provide explicit and targeted reading and writing instruction that is responsive to students' level and build the independence and practice needed to be successful in grade level coursework. The format, 3 rotations, like I'd mentioned earlier. There's a teacher-led that is you use reading. Second is writing, and the third is collaborative. Here you have the instructional approach is direct instruction. It's a modified guided language and literacy lesson format used to develop essential vocabulary and language while building literacy skills. The text for our ELA, this structure was mainly used for our ELA classes. So if a teacher taught all 4 subjects, we would integrate this and we started in their ELA course. Once we got it ready there, then we started spreading it to their math period. But because we're doing ELA, in that small group instruction, the teacher-led, we were using, like I said, American Reading Company's IRLA, the individualized reading level assessment, to match students to their level. So then at that point, you group the students by literacy level. And then we would use graphic organizers to develop writing. So those are kind of, we didn't have like text. If we did, it would be that American Reading Company. And then for student grouping, again, reading level alike groups that are focused on mastering the skills needed to reach the next level while building language and independent literacy habits in English. Yeah. One thing, oh, that's okay. One thing I wanted to add, we did have a couple of high school teachers that only taught math. So this looked a little bit different. We tried to introduce it. So instead of using IRLA, we were using the content, the book itself to guide our teacher-led instruction. Instead of what we did to level the students was based on quizzes. So either on exit tickets or weekly quizzes or unit or benchmarks. And that's what they would use to group the students by level. That's the last thing I want to add there. And this is just an example that we've created for the teachers to just visualize what the structure would look like, because they were just used to teaching to everybody. So we said, okay, look, it's about 30 to 40, depending on your class, if it's a 60-minute class or a 90-minute class, most of them are about 90-minute classes. So you do 30 minutes whole group instruction, you're covering content standards, L connectors, and then you do your rotations about 15 minutes. Minimum 15 minutes was our only rule. If you couldn't get 3 rotations, then do 15-15. And we kind of worked around with each school depending on the time they had. But again, everything I explained earlier is more detailed here. Again, teacher-led, working on the data, working on the literacy. The collaboration, the students would be doing activities like listening, speaking, reading, and it would be from the whole group lesson. So that's one piece that's important to know. Whatever they were working on in the whole group instruction, it should be enough information for them to then kind of almost continue doing it in the collaboration so that they can use that information and work independently so that they're not teacher, help me. The teacher had to cover enough information during whole group for them to continue it there, but it had to be in a way that the students are listening, speaking, and possibly reading. So really pushing that. So we use a lot of PSYOP strategies in there, which was fun for our kids. And our teachers who actually had gone to PSYOP in the summer and they're like, I could use this activity. I'm like, yes, that'll work. Let's do that. And then the writing piece would come from either the whole group. So again, they may have learned something whole group and then they extend it into their writing center, but then they would be supported with a graphic organizer. So she might have to show them how to do it during whole group. This is how you use a graphic organizer, and then they continue to work there. But those were the general structures that we had for them. And I believe that's it. Yeah. That's kind of what we've been working on these last 2 years. That's how this program works. This is me. If you have any questions, you all could reach out to me about the newcomer program, and I'm going to hand it off to our other coordinators.
Still with that. I'm gonna be sharing with you a little bit about our coaching program. Our coaching program is one of the other initiatives that we have in the district to support English learners, and it's one of the ones that has the most people at our schools because we're such a big district. We have a coach and sometimes 2 or 3, depending on the amount of students that we have at the schools that are supporting teachers in the content areas in the classroom. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. Just like Corina said, we all have a story. I was born and raised in Honduras. I came to the United States after I finished high school. So I am an English learner myself, so I'm very passionate about this work. I came to Louisiana, and then of course, I didn't speak any English at all. So in order for me to go to Walmart and buy something, and they ask you for the zip code, and I have no idea what they're saying, I knew that I needed to do something about that. And I wanted to become a teacher, and I wanted to support other people that didn't speak the language. So I enrolled at Delgado, who had a great ESL program for adults. And of course, I began my career as a beginner, and I had to be there for a couple of years. So that put me a little bit behind getting into college and doing all the things just because I needed to become an English speaker before a proficient speaker before I could take any regular classes. Then I eventually ended up going to the University of New Orleans for my teaching career, and then eventually Holy Cross for my master's degree. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity. And I think being here, being immersed in the language was one of the things that helped me the most. And of course, all the effort that I had to put coming from me, which makes me think about our students that are in elementary schools, in our high schools, in our middle schools. Not all of us, not all the students have that drive yet because they haven't gotten that maturity. So it is a lot on us as educators to be able to support that and make sure that they see the importance of, becoming bilingual and learning the other language. So for the ESL coaching model, what is our ESL coaching model? This is the model that we are using in Jefferson Parish right now. Of course, we are always trying to look for ways to improve our programs based on the needs that we have. Sorry. So basically, it's a collaborative partnership for growth. We want our teachers to build the capacity so that they are able to support English learners in their classrooms, whether they may have an ESL coach in there, an ESL teacher in there. Not everyone has the opportunity to have an L expert in the classroom. So we want our teachers to be confident to be able to do that and support all their students. So we are looking for academic growth at the same time as linguistic growth. And all of this is based on collaboration from the coaches with the teachers. Now, who is an ESL coach? Who are our ESL coaches? They are collaborators, they're leaders, and they are lifelong learners because not only they know best practices, and a lot of the times they are the expert on that campus that are going to support the teachers there, but at the same time, they are learners because they are learning from the teachers. We have lots of teachers that have lots of experience, and a lot of the times they just need that little nugget of how to work with English learners so that their instruction that is already great can be elevated. So our coaches are people who are language acquisition specialists. They are partners to the teachers in the classroom. That's very important for us, for them to build a partnership where the teacher feels supported and not evaluated. It's not another person that comes in there and tells them everything that's wrong and the way that they could do it better. It's based on trust, it's based on a relationship, and it's based on mutual learning. Of course, building the capacity of the teachers, and they are a bridge between research and practice because they do receive professional development based on the needs of the schools and on the needs of the coaches so that they can bring that learning to their campus where they can support teachers, they can support their admin, and they can support just about everyone so that students can be impacted in a positive way. They also are the people that are close to the they are the leaders for family and community engagement, because normally parents feel very close to the people that serve the students that speak their language. So essentially, our ESL coaches, as of now, they are coaching 5 teachers. For the most part, I know we have other responsibilities like testing and things that take precedence sometimes, but we want them coaching 5 teachers. And then from each teacher that they are coaching, they are monitoring 5 students. And then by the end of the school year, we would like them to have 40 plus cycles completed. And a lot of the times, maybe not all of them could be completed because we have so many other things that need to happen during the school year. But it is very important for us to see the teachers that we are supporting and how we're building that capacity, so that the following year, we might not be working with that teacher again. That teacher serves as a seed that is planted, and that teacher can support somebody else, so the coach can work with another person, and just trickle down that way throughout the school. So the coaching cycle, this is the model that we are using. The first thing that we do is the pre-conference. So during the pre-conference is when we talk about lesson planning. This is the collaboration with lesson planning with the teachers. And this is where we focus on building those measurable objectives, not only for the students based on their needs, but also on the teachers' needs, because they also have needs to be able to support their students. After the pre-conference, we move into the observation or the implementation. And this is everything that has been planned with the coach is where it takes action. This might be a classroom observation. This might be co-teaching, modeling, collecting student data, anything that is happening in the classroom. They're working together, the teacher and the coach, to better support their students. And after that, which is one of my favorite parts, is the post-conference, where we use reflection. We try to guide our teachers to notice the areas where we can improve that lesson, the areas that came out great, some of the things that did not work as well, so that we can always make amends to our strategies and our implementation, so that we can better support the students. We try to use our student evidence to guide our next steps and some of the things that we need to be working on. What is the need of this classroom? What is the need of this student? Because everybody has a different level, so they might have different needs. Cycles are ongoing, and we can continue to have cycles until we feel that the teachers have built the capacity, so that when they're in the classroom by themselves with English learners, they know that they can take care of them. They know that they can provide that language access, so that they can understand the content, they can have access to the content. We don't want this to be in isolation, which I know it has happened in the past in many places, where we think, oh, they have to learn English first so that they can come in my class and write my essays. And we know that that is not the best way to do it. So we are working really hard on that. What is the instructional coaching supports for ELS? How do they get supported through the coaching cycles that the teachers and the coaches do? We want the teachers to know what supports need to be embedded throughout the lessons, so that they can provide access for the students. They essentially remove the barrier that they have with the language access, so that they can access the content, because we do want to keep our students, we want to hold that rigor. We want to keep them learning grade level standards. We don't want to water down any of the learning that they need to be doing, because not speaking the language does not mean that they are not capable of learning the content that they're supposed to be content, or that they don't have any previous knowledge. We want to build the capacity of the teacher for their confidence to be able to do that independently, whether they have support from an L person or not. And of course, we want our students to have equal access to the standards. So what is the coaching supports for teachers, like the high leverage coaching supports for the teachers? Co-planning is one of the things. This is essential for our teachers and our coaches to collaborate, because this is the piece where the coaches can bring in all that knowledge that they have about best practices for English learners, and not only for English learners, because best practices for students are good for everyone. Nobody's ever going to get hurt from, implementing some scaffolds. Every student could utilize that. We also want our teachers, some of them would like coaching, co-teaching in the classroom so that they can see kind of like a model of what happens like in the moment. We do modeling of instructional strategies. We help create language objectives so that they understand what the students need to be producing and how they're gonna do that. And then, of course, reflective feedback and conversations. We want our teachers to own their teaching. We want our teachers to think about what's happening in the classroom, what we've done in the classroom, the way that we're working with the students, analyze their work to see what are their next moves. But we want that to come from them. We don't want to utilize a prescriptive approach that I walk into your classroom and I tell you, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do that, because it's very likely that that is not going to transfer. A lot of adults, we don't like to be told what to do. It mostly it has to come from you. It has to be kind of like your idea. So guiding questions to guide that reflection and get to that spot is very important. Now, what is the impact for the teachers? Like we were talking about a little earlier, building sustainable teacher capacity, strengthen their instructional practices, acquisition of concrete language development strategies, increase confidence. That's one of the big ones. It's very impressive when we ask teachers, like, how do you feel about having English learners in their classroom? And a lot of them, it's very shocking sometimes, but they are not comfortable and they're afraid because they really might not necessarily know what to do. So that's why we have these coaches that are providing that support. And then we also want to embed that habitual reflection and refinement of instruction. Like, let's look at the student work. Let's look at what's happening in the classroom. What can we do from here? What are the needs based on what the students are producing? What is the outcome for English learners? At the end of the day, we do all of this because we want to support our students. We want our students to have increased proficiency. We want our students to be engaged in the lessons. We want them to actively participate and be part of that lesson. We want high quality work. We have that expectation. We hold our students to high expectations. We want our students to be independent. I know that at the beginning, we might need to provide several different scaffolds, but with time, as they learn how to become independent, we modify all of that. And then, of course, we want them to transition from low to high performance. Why does this work matter? Why are we doing this? We have coaches in the majority of schools that we have in Jefferson Parish. And like my coworkers were saying, we're trying to increase that number just because we have increased the number of Ls that we have. So 20% of our students in Jefferson Parish, which is almost 9,000 students, are Ls, which means that every classroom in our school system in Jefferson Parish has English learners. So we all are teachers of English learners. So this work is essential. And this is me. Thank you so much. If you have any questions. Sure.
Well, thank you, ladies. Now we're going to move on to the dual language program, which is really funny. Before I dive into it, I'd like to say that we are actually very new department. Both of us came this year. Corina came just a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And, one of the things that we realized is how similar stories, but how different our learners we are, because we have Corina that was born over here and she went through all the phases of being born in a country that was maybe not ready yet at that point for else. Claudia was born outside as well in Honduras and learned the language when she came over here. And my story is slightly different because I was born in Italy and Spain, where I learned English as a second language. So it was not as a dual language program, not a bilingual program. It was just learning vocabulary. Vocabulary, I never spoke and never had a conversation or listening in the classroom. It was just learning vocabulary, which at some point I thought that it was not enough. And I was looking for ways of learning English because everybody else, at least in Europe, they know English pretty well, minimum. They may speak up to 5 languages and they are fully proficient in them. And I was like, okay, we need to do something about it. So I studied my career in Spain. And then I actually wanted to extend my education and I got a scholarship and I studied in Czech Republic in Prague. Very beautiful, by the way, if you guys never been there and are interested in going to Europe, it's a very beautiful city. And then I started working in Spain as a teacher. However, I wanted to keep on improving my English and traveling. And I found that there is this program, which some of you may be interested in to know if you have dual languages programs in your school or are interested in implementing the dual language program. There is a program in between Spain, England, no, not England, Spain, Canada, France, Belgium, Mexico, and the United States. And it's implemented pretty much in all the states, not all, but very much in many of them. So what they're looking is for native speakers to come here to the country to teach the language. So in Louisiana, currently we have, and correct me if you guys have more languages, the program is in French and in Spanish. And one of the districts that has the most bilingual schools or dual language schools is Jefferson Parish. So I initially came when the program was only in 2 schools. It was in the earliest stages. I came when they started in 1st grade, and it was very different of what it looks nowadays. But that change, that progression has been just experiencing it has been amazing, and somehow I ended up over here being now the dual language coordinator. So I'll explain to you how this process went. But first of all, some of you may know what the dual language is. So the dual language is an effective approach to develop bilingualism and biliteracy. I'm sorry. Also, it really helps the students to develop cultural competence as they learn the actual curriculum, the tier 1 curriculum. So we use the same curriculum. Maybe for Spanish, it's something different, another different kind of like textbooks that we have, but it's everything tier 1 and everything mirrors what we are currently teaching in Louisiana. Also, the goal is to ensure that the students become bilingual, as I mentioned before, biliterate, and at the same time, they're learning the grade level materials, pretty much what I said. So I'll talk about it a little bit later, but initially we started as an immersion school. What is that? So we did have most English speakers back in the day when I arrived. So it was called just immersion, Spanish immersion or French immersion. We did have both programs at some point. Later on, French did not have that much attention from our population, so they ended up closing it. So right now we only have Spanish. And as we move on and we receive an influx of many else students, we realized that the best program for our district was the 2-way dual language. So what is the 2-way model? So the 2-way model balances the number of ELs and native speakers, while at the same time giving them the opportunity to learn the language in a very natural way, and the content areas. Also, they are is the most effective way that the students learn a language. And this is not something that came from us, it came from research. It was brought out to us. So as I said before, we started, can you put the next one? That's okay. So we started the program in 2005 to 2017. That's what we have. Most of our students were English speakers. As we moved on in 2018, the district decided to switch to this new model. And the reason was because if you see this chart over here, the 2-way dual language program showed the best results out of all of the other models available out there. Nothing wrong with the others. They all have amazing results, as you can see. However, the 2-way model stays like on the top all the time. And with data, we've been having data on dual language since 2005. We've seen that increment. So we always stayed, our results were always above the district or similar to the state, always consistently. We never went down. But the minute we entered in 2-way dual language, that those results even incremented. Yes, with both actually. Thank you. I didn't say that. So these results I'm talking about not only LEAP, but also language development. So we have a lot of students. It's funny because the other day we were kind of like looking at data, and many of our students that are ELs initially when they enter the program, they exit the program by fourth or fifth grade. So we have a high ratio of students that are ELs initially that exit the program by the time that they get to fifth grade, which is amazing. It's really good. And they also speak another language, which is Spanish. So they are proficient in both languages. That was something that I remember when I started as a ESL coach. I wanted to see that data because, you see the data when you're a teacher in the classroom, they tell you the data, but you do not manipulate that data. And I remember having access to it and see how students, when they started in kindergarten, even though I'll explain how the model works in a little bit, it's 90-10, which means 90% of the time is in Spanish and 10% of the time in kindergarten is only English. So we were a little worried at first because we thought like, oh my goodness, our students are not learning enough English. So we were worried that by the time that they get to fourth grade or take at least LEAP, they will not have enough resources to, show their language development. Data show us something completely different. And that's something that it blew my mind when I saw it. So it confirmed actually with this chart is showing here. So these are our current population that are in dual language. So we have right now almost 2,000 students enrolled in the dual language program. Now, out of those students, 47% are English learners. And by English learners, same thing as they mentioned before, they're not just necessarily Hispanic. That's the mentality that we have, or that's the first person that we think. If you enter in our classrooms, yes, you're gonna see a lot of Hispanic students, but you're also gonna see a lot of Vietnamese, Arabic, you're gonna see Philippines, you're gonna see students from Haiti, from all over the world like we exposed before. So that's really interesting because we are creating language learners that are developing not only one language, sometimes not even two, but they have even 3 languages. And let me tell you, they are amazing. They can flip flop from language to language just like that. And it's just mind blowing. Now about our teachers, we have currently 145 teachers. Out of those, we have 96 Spanish teachers. And in between those, as you can see, we separated international and locally hired. So the state of Louisiana, as many other states in the States, they do a great job recruiting people from other countries. So they are the ones in charge that they go abroad. They do interviews. Now, these teachers are not just picked randomly. They are picked they have to have an application. It's a very thorough process. They have to be teachers before. They have to have a minimum of experience of 2 years teaching and prove that they've been successful. They need to speak English and they need to pass the interview process, which is, I can tell you, is not easy. Sometimes they need to take a test, they need to take an interview, and sometimes they need to do an additional process. So if any of you have international teachers in your schools or are thinking about it, just know that these people come really prepared to the schools. It's not just somebody random that they just hired. No, they went through a process of selection. And on the other side of English teachers, we have 49. So as you can imagine, there's a difference. Most of our teachers, because of the model that we have and the scheduling that we have with the allocation minutes that I'll show you in just a second, they may be teaching in more than one grade level. If they teach in kindergarten, they may teach kindergarten first or pre-K first and second. You'll see in just a second, you'll understand over here with the language allocation. So the model that we follow is 90-10, as I mentioned before. So the language progresses as the students move up in grade level. So starting in pre-K and kindergarten, students are literally immersed in the language. So they enter and 90% of the time, the instruction is fully in Spanish. There's really just a minimum portion in English, which is just exposure to the language. They're not allowed to teach sounds. They're not allowed sounds that are specific for English, and there is a reason behind for this, but they're exposed to the language, they're exposed. So they They try to collaborate with the teacher to see what areas they can actually join forces and support each other. But during the first years, pre-K and kindergarten is just language exposure. If you see in first grade, Spanish decreases by 10%, while English increases at 10%, which means 80% Spanish, 20% English, which, again, the Spanish teacher and the English teacher, they must collaborate because the English teacher here in first grade, now they need to introduce sounds, specific sounds for English, but she does not have the entire time to teach her entire content. And here's when many of our teachers freak out, especially if they are coming from regular classrooms, because they are used to teach CLA and they want to teach everything as skills and knowledge, and it's impossible. So the model that we follow is these two teachers, they must, is a must collaborate when planning for those lessons, because the little portion of time that the English teacher has must be very, very strategic, very intentional, and she still needs to attend to the language demands and academics demands of her students, but not only English, but also Spanish. So you'll see that as the newcomer program has, there's a lot of rotations, small group rotations that are very intentional. So each teacher can have the time that they need to support their students in the best way they can. Now, as we move on grade levels, as you can see in second grade, English, the English percentage increments to 30, Spanish lowers to 70, third grade 60-40, and now when they come to fourth grade all the way to eighth grade, that's where we have the program implemented, it's a 50-50, okay? So again, I wanna stress one of the things of this program, that collaboration is key. So for that, scheduling is key. So those teachers that may be teaching in different grade levels, they need to find the time to sit down and collaborate and decide what is gonna be taught, who is gonna be teaching what, and how are we gonna teach it? Because there's gonna be some moments where they are gonna need to bridge that content, that academic vocabulary that is so essential. Because Spanish is taught in math, in science, and the language arts is Spanish. And the English teacher usually teaches ELA and ELD. ELD is English language development, which it goes embedded within the language, and then social studies. So if students later on in the district test or in LEAP, they have to take the test in English, but the content area was taught in Spanish, like science or math, how are those students transferring that content knowledge from one language to another? So that collaboration is key. Now, it's very easy, believe it or not, it's very easy from pre-K to second grade. Now, third grade and fourth grade and up to eighth grade is the challenge. And the reason is because they may not be in the same classroom teaching at the same time. The upper grade levels, like fourth grade up to eighth grade, the Spanish teacher may come and teach in the morning, then she may leave, and then the English teacher may come and teach in the afternoon. And they may not even have the same planning time. So if those moments of planning do not happen, as coordinators, as leaders, leaders in the campus, you guys need to find the time to give those teachers some time of collaboration, because they need to agree in certain portions that you guys will see in just a little bit. So again, collaboration is key. And here are the main points, like aligning instruction, support language development across content areas, coordinate scaffolds and strategies. This is so important. Exchange information about the students. Also promote, of course, bilingualism and biliteracy, and monitor the student progress. Because it's in those moments of rotations with the students, where each student, which each teacher can tackle the needs of the students at that time, whether in Spanish or in English. This is one of the models that we have. So very similar to what Corina explained before with the dual language, with the newcomer program, usually, especially from kindergarten all the way to third grade, this is the rotations that you will see. But in this case, we have two teachers teaching at the same time in the classroom. So usually The Spanish teacher, when she's alone, she teaches her content area, and then she does her own small group rotations, which she targets the needs of her students that are related to Spanish. Now, when the English teacher comes, that is the time when both teachers are in the classroom. So this is how it works. This English teacher usually teaches the content area in whole group, and after that, they break into small groups. Now, these small groups, obviously, because the time is much more reduced, the English teacher needs take priority over the Spanish time because the Spanish teacher has her extra time. So they develop these groups based on those reading levels or academic levels or whatever needs the English teacher needs to cover. So usually we have one teacher teaching Spanish, just the area in Spanish. The other teacher is in another side of the room teaching English. Usually they focus maybe on phonics or whatever they decide. And then there's two other different groups with the students. One can be a listening station. The other one can be a writing station, which it must be connected to whatever they learn in as a whole group. Does it make sense what I'm saying? Like, can you visualize it? So of course, they need to agree on levels, voice levels, so the classroom is not a mess. But believe it or not, actually, it happens so naturally. And also, they can have computer stations. Those students that they need to cover, whether iReady or we do have different applications for Spanish, which is my learning Español or my math in Español as well. So students can take advantage of that. And this is the other reason, which is one of the main reasons that teachers must collaborate. So at some point by the end of the unit, teachers need to agree on what areas must be transferred. Meaning, if I've been teaching in Spanish, something that is, for example, nouns. Nouns is something that is common in English and Spanish. There is no reason to teach twice what is a noun in English because the students already got that knowledge in Spanish. So what they do is we transfer what they know from Spanish and we ask them to pull it off and put words in English. So that collaboration is key because what we don't want is the English teacher to lose her instructional time on things that the students already know. So instead of to do that, she knows that they already covered that content with the Spanish teacher. We just extract it from the students. We put names on it. We put the vocabulary, academy vocabulary, and we just keep rolling on areas that are specific to English. Now, by the end of the unit, we do something that is called the bridge. And if you can see the color code is the color codes, I didn't say this before, but as the dual language programs, they're required to use actually three colors for the languages. Red in our case was chosen for Spanish. Blue is chosen for English, and purple is something when words are cognates or something that is very, very similar in both languages. So what is the bridge? The bridge is a moment, it's a very planned moment in between teachers that occurs at the end of the unit. So both teachers sit down and they think of what was covered in this unit and what is something that needs to be transferred. So let's say they learn about nouns, as I was saying before, they learn it in Spanish. So by the end of the unit, students have to not only learn the academic vocabulary, but also know how to use correlate nouns, maybe in a text, and maybe they have to write a small paragraph using nouns and highlighting nouns. So they can show that they actually integrated that learning not only in Spanish, but now is accessible also in English. Okay, those are some examples that we use in our classrooms. This is something that must be posted in the classroom to whoever enters, they can see what areas have been transferred, and everything has to be very intentionally picked because it's something that students probably will be assessed later on in either the benchmarks and district benchmarks or later on in the state test. Now in our schools, as I said before, we have 12 schools. The majority of them, as you can see, they are in the East Bank, only a couple of them in the West Bank. We started first as a pre-K 5, but we saw that the results were being so good, the parents actually were asking, so where do I send my student, my child now that is done with fifth grade? We want them to continue in the program. So the district actually extended the program in 4 of our schools, from pre-K all the way through 8. Now you can see that some of the Alexanders and Tom Benson, for example, they started last year in 6th grade. Next year, they will move on to 7th grade. So that's a good sign that the program is actually being successful and is being received by the families, which is what we actually want. Now, what are the requirements to enter in dual language? To enter in dual language, you really, parents in pre-K through first, they can just enroll their child. They just have to go to the school and tell them that they want their child in dual language. They don't need to have any proficiency test. They don't need to take anything. They just need to say that they want to enroll their child in the program. Now, when they go to 2nd grade, any grade from 2nd grade through 8, students must pass a proficiency test in Spanish, and that includes listening, reading, speaking, and writing. The reason is because they do have an extra additional subject, which is Spanish, and we want to ensure that students that enter in the program, they actually can keep up with the program and don't fall behind, because the demands that they have, not only academically, but also in testing, they are far greater than other students in regular classrooms. And when I say that is because they don't only take LEAP, they also take language proficiency assessments in Spanish and in English. They take, of course, devils in Spanish, which is called MClass Lectura. So if you think about it, they have almost double of the testing that the regular students have. And even with that, the results are really good for our students. Now, part of our program is to develop language and social competency, and the culture is highlighted all over the school, so it must be present. And this is something that actually many of the students love, because we do activities. This is the Hispanic heritage, but we actually celebrate a lot of cultural festivities. It doesn't have to be just from any Spanish-speaking country. It can be Christmas around the world. It can be other festivities around, and that's something that students really, really enjoy. And it's not only done for dual language students. Anybody in the school is welcome to them, and it creates a really welcoming climate and a really welcoming feeling, especially for those L students that they see themselves represented somewhere. One of the things that we have, and I believe newcomers as well, right, is a representation of every single country that is represented in our school must be represented in their flags or all around the school, so they feel that they're seen. Now, random facts that we have, we have all our dual language schools are color coded. Everything is in 2 languages. Everything that we send home from any parent newsletter, any informational, anything that is posted on social media is posted in 2 languages or more if it's present in the school. Key fact that is something to be proud. This year, actually, we got all our schools a state certificate for dual language, which is amazing. That required a big push from all our schools. And this actually was a big push, and it was a really nice meeting point for all of them, because they were working kind of like in isolation back in the day, and thanks to DIDAS, actually, it made us get all together, see how other schools were doing, and see what we needed to get to the state certified. And that was a really nice experience that we have. It was a little hard, not hard, but it just requires an extra push. But the learning has been amazing. And I'll say something I wanted to add, because in the Fellow program that Dr. Schenneberg was mentioning before, somebody mentioned how important was the buy-in from principals and leadership. And this year that I have the chance to work with all of them, alongside with all of them, I can tell you, like, we do have principals that they absolutely love the program. And you can tell when you enter in those schools, because they understand the program. They can see the benefits of the program and everything. They kind of like push everyone. And I'm not just talking about dual language. This really goes for any program. It can be art program, it can be the newcomer program, it can be ESL coach program. Understanding what you have, what are the needs of your students, and actually put the time to to learn about it and implement it, that makes a huge difference. And this sounds really good today, but it's taken, like, this program started in 2005. It's taken 21 years to get to here. Initially, we started with 2 schools. Now we are at 12. And still, you can tell when you go to a school and the principal and leadership really understand what it is. They are so happy and they are so invested. And then you go to other schools, which they have a lot of things implemented, but they still need that understanding. So just saying that because it was something that somebody mentioned in the L Fellow program, and I think it's such an important thing to say. And yeah, this is everything about dual language. So if you guys have any interest on this or any questions, like, I'll be happy to, you can reach out anytime. Yes, and mhm.
Thank you, ladies. We are going to take a brief pause. I know you have just received a wealth of knowledge from them. I had the chance to visit all 3 programs, maybe it's probably like, I don't know, feels like 2 months ago. And I was like, oh, you guys have to present at the Yale Institute because it was amazing. I saw the newcomer program in action, and it was amazing. I was like, what is going on here? It was exactly what was on the chart was what was happening in the room. So the L's were literally facilitating the group this is the newcomer program by themselves. And then the teacher was facilitating the small group, and then they switched. And I was blown away. And I was like, tell the people they have to see it. It was amazing. I saw the coaches collaborating with the teachers, and then we went to a kindergarten class. And I went to a Spanish immersion school when I was little, so it was a little bit I felt like I was at home, but it was amazing. The kindergartners were so proficient already. I was blown away. So I said, you have to tell the people. So I will share this slide deck with you all. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back to do a little bit more, and then you guys will be dismissed from L Institute session 4. So in 5 minutes, we'll see you back. Thank you. Thank you so much. Amazing job, ladies, even though I know we're not done. If you are still in the room and you would like to answer something on any of the anchor charts, please do so before you leave. There's a couple of questions about professional development you may want to receive, etc. Please go ahead and jot that down. Or if you need help, any of the items that you'd like to share on the anchor charts, please do so before you guys head out today. All right, ladies. So, for everyone in the room and for our colleagues that are online, we are going to reconvene. Thank you for allowing that quick break in between. There's one more section to their presentation. I did ask them to share a little bit about their presentation from L Fellows because it informed their programming for the upcoming school year, and I think that it's something that you all can benefit from. So it's a two-way street. You can learn a little bit more about L Fellows, and then also you can learn about how they're restructuring their L programming for the upcoming school year, and it kind of ties into what I said in our first session. I will go ahead and turn it over to the JPS team.
So we're back. So now that you have some context as to what are the things that the programs that we're running at our district for English learners, when we joined the L Fellows, we thought of these 3 programs, which area can we focus the most on? Which one's going to give us our most bang for our buck? So we thought our L coaches have far more reach at all our schools. So we wanted to focus our work on that. So you basically saw all the work we've been doing. And what we're going to talk about now is what are we going to do coming this fall to help our programs continue to grow. So the title of our project was Building L Coaches' Capacity to Plan and Deliver Actionable Feedback that Supports Language Development Through Tier 1 Instruction. The purpose of our project was for the following reasons. So you saw this slide earlier, the trends of our L's are growing. Our L trajectory looks like this. So these are the number of students that have scored proficient from 2021 to 2025. So pretty good growth. Every year we have growth. But then we look at this slide. The blocks that are in blue are students that should have scored proficient versus those that scored proficient. And I see a lot of faces. So what's happening? What's happening? Okay. So last year, as you could see, there should have been 3,224. And those 988 were the ones that scored proficient. So I'll go back one slide just so you can see. That 988 for 2025 is right here, 988. But we still have students that weren't there yet. So thus came our problem of practice. Research shows that feedback to teachers improves classroom practice, which was positively associated with improvements in students' math and reading test scores. So given our district's current English learner trajectories, how can we refine the structure of our coaching cycle to ensure coaches provide high quality, actionable feedback that aligns with district-wide English learner needs and expectations? We aligned our project with Pillar 2, which, as Dr. Chenevert mentioned earlier, is rigorous instruction and collaborative planning, especially the part where it mentions, educators are guided in adapting curricula to meet the needs of L's across proficiency levels. So something needs to be changed instruction needs to be changing in the classroom. Something's happening for our students not to be there yet. Another reason we aligned with Pillar 2 is guidance on selecting adapting HQIM. So we really want to make sure we're using HQIM to get our students to grow, have our coaches know how to use that HQIM alongside with the teachers, and support on scaffolding, grouping strategies, and integrated language content planning. So all of those things in Pillar 2 align with our coaching model. So our goal basically is to learn what our English learners' needs are across the district, what instructional shifts need to be made, and how to best build our L coaches' capacity to provide feedback and support that prioritizes language development within Tier 1 instruction. So with that said, given the data we have, and given that we're relatively new to this position, we wanted to go and see, well, what's happening in the class. Like, we can't make these choices. We can't say, our coaches need to do this. We need to see what's happening in our classroom. So the reason for our observations, the reason we did observations was for that primary reason. We wanted to get snapshots. So the snapshots that we went in to get are to see student language production and comprehension. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Student language production and comprehension, particularly in speaking and writing. So obviously when you're in a classroom, you could see the productive pieces in the classroom. Opportunities to develop and produce language during core instruction. So we went across all core gen ed classes, core instruction, to see what was going on from elementary, middle to high school. We went to all. We went with our eyes open, looking for instructional strengths, for areas of growth, and basically to see what were the trends in need of targeted support, so that then we could grab all this information and have it ready for our coaches and build our plan.
And this one, you'll see that there's the snapshot of our observations up front, which is like English learners appear more confident and engaged, definitely in classrooms where modeling, visuals, scaffolds, and multilingual supports were embedded while the teacher was teaching the curriculum. We also observed that the teacher was teaching whole group. So that's, you'll see later a little snapshot of what we saw, like the teacher just teaching and students sitting in rows. Also teachers leading with questioning and explanation, occasional partner talk or some discussion. We saw that students, most of our L students were receiving tier 2 remediation settings instead of using tier 1. And we also saw that the paraprofessionals supports were present in the classrooms, in multiple classrooms, and we'll dive a little bit more into that in just a little bit. Now we're gonna jump into the common strengths of the growth that we actually saw, which we saw some. So we saw some classrooms that actually have clear objectives and success criteria for the students, and those were posted and referenced throughout the instruction. That was really good things that we saw. Now, we also some strong use of visuals and language supports. And by language supports, we mean by anchor charts, word walls, sentence stems, realia, captions, whatever the students needed to keep up with that lesson. We also saw that purposeful questioning tied to the learning that was happening in that moment in the classroom. And we also saw in some classrooms some multilingual practices in translanguaging or validating the students' linguistic assets that they have in the classroom. So as an overall, as you can see over there, 25% of the classroom observed that they have consistent, strong best practices. These classrooms serve as a clear models for scaling effective instruction. And we noticed that when these practices were present, English learners were definitely more engaged, more confident, and they were willing to participate. Okay. Now, the common challenges, because of course we saw some areas of growth that we wanted to address, is something that probably you guys have seen in the classrooms. Many of the classrooms, other classrooms that we saw, the cognitive lifting was done by the teacher. Now we added some stars over there because the teacher was doing was showing everything that they know. However, this is the behavior that we observe. When this happens, is that the teachers are often answering their own questions instead of the students. Now, what is the impact that we see? That you can see that the students with that balloon, they kind of like deflate a little bit, meaning that reduces the purpose, the opportunities for the students to learn, process, rehearse, and articulate their own thinking. We're not giving them enough time to really produce what they know and show what they know in any capacity that they can. So that's something that we observe. Now, what is the takeaway that we came up with? So when the teacher does the lifting, who is doing the learning? the teacher, right? So ELs really need the space to demonstrate their academic language and understanding while also showing that they're learning the content that they are learning in the classroom. Now, we also yeah, yeah, go on. Yeah, thank you. So now we saw other instructional patterns that limited the consistent language development opportunities for our ELs. And some of them were, they had limited peer interaction. We saw some reduced turn and talk in group work, which this was very inconsistent and lacked some accountability with structures like sentence stems, assigned roles, or sharing expectations. We also noticed that the independent work had no scaffolds. So this is very important for our emerging and progressing as else, as you guys know. So it lacked clarity and the language support needed, and the language supports that they needed to complete the task, whatever task they were being asked. And also in tier one development, language development, they were using remediation as the main support instead of the tier one curriculum. So they were given, students were given few opportunities for grade level language development in core content areas. Okay, so those are kind of like the snapshots that we saw. And now this open our project for like, okay, next steps, what are we doing next?
Oh, can you do it for me? I can't do both at the same time, but I need to read from here. So once we started thinking about all the observations that we had, we were trying to think, okay, where do we go from here? And it was very difficult. We had so many ideas pouring down because we saw so many different needs, but we needed to focus on the one that was going to have the biggest effect. So once we had our observations, well, we noticed that our teachers are working very hard, but the instruction predominantly remains teacher-led, whole group, and there's very tier two English language development for the students that actually need that support. However, we did have some bright spot classrooms, have 25% of the classrooms were proving that high engagement and confidence are achievable through current resources. So there were some classrooms that were doing and implementing all those best practices to support all learners. So we want to use some of those things that are happening in that classroom to implement in whatever we are planning on doing next, so that we can better support our students, our coaches, and everyone that's at the schools. So our goal is to guide our coaches to provide feedback so that they can guide the teachers to go from teacher directed to student centered. We want our students to do the work. We want our students opportunity to produce language in the classroom within the content that they are learning. So we are planning to incorporate some of these wonderful things that were happening in this 25% classroom so that we can enhance the programs that we already have. So what were some of the things that were working in the classrooms that we saw, that 25%? There was lots of clarity. For example, the objectives were clear, the success criteria was posted and was referenced throughout the lesson. So the students really understood what they needed to do. There were lots of visuals, and not just a visual that you just see it there and your classroom is fully decorated, but they were meaningful. They were connected to words that they were learning, vocabulary that they needed. There were purposeful questions that were tied directed to the intended learning, what the students are supposed to be learning that day. And then also there were multilingual practices that were embedded so that they validated the students' background knowledge and background language, whatever they brought with them. So we decided to focus on our coaching cycles. Even though we have a program that is solid and that it works, anything can be improved. And we know that. We can always do something better, make something better, or make something work better. So we want, and this is our project for the summer. We have made our observations. We have noticed the areas of need. We have noticed our bright spots. but we also want to have the opportunity to enhance the coaching cycles so that we can really target the needs that we are seeing at the school. So the coaches can be focused on that and we can all be working towards the same goal. So this is what we're going to be doing this summer. So this is coming up. But when we think about the coaching cycle, we also want to think about the coaches that we are going to be working with. We did a lot of research. We read lots of books about coaching and the qualities that coaches need to have, because there are things that are necessary so that you can make an impact on another teacher and an impact on students. So one of the things in this beautiful pyramid that one of my coworkers created, we know that emotional intelligence is very important. We need our coaches to have the ability to build trust, so that teachers can feel comfortable working with them and being vulnerable and letting them know, like, hey, I don't know how to work with these English learners. Like, I really am lost. I don't know what to do. I need the support. We want our teachers to be able to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. Ask for the help. We are here to support you. And a lot of the times that doesn't happen because it's really hard to put yourself out there. So our coaches, we want them to have that emotional intelligence that they can almost read people, for a lack of a better word, so that they know this person needs that support, but there might not just be as comfortable letting us know, so that let me see how I can get to them so that they can buy in and to allow me to work with them. Then also we want our coaches to have a good coaching ability. And a lot of the times for all of these qualities that we're looking for, not everybody comes with the whole package, but are things that can be built. And that is going to be our job as coordinators, for us to provide that support for the coaches to make sure that they are prepared to work with the teachers that they have on campus, whether it may be a teacher that is willing to try anything because they just want to learn, or somebody that has lots of experience and they feel like whatever they're doing is enough. So we also want our coaches to be very invested in the HQIM. We don't want anyone thinking, oh, okay, we have a class full of emergents, so we're just gonna be working on something completely different so that we can get them speaking first, and then they can join the classroom. We want language and content to be happening at the same time with our students. They deserve that. The teachers deserve to be able to do that to them, provide that to them, and we are responsible for providing those supports for them so that we can get them ready. And then, of course, include the multilingual best practices that a lot of our coaches have been coaching for quite a bit. We always get new coaches that join our team, and we make sure that we provide the supports necessary, like through PDs and observations and coaching support, so that they are prepared to go to the schools and provide the supports for the teachers. So this is our project for the summer. We are very excited that we're gonna be working on this, and I hope that June extends and it's like 60 days instead of like 30, so that we have plenty of time. But our call to action is to support our instructional coaches in providing meaningful feedback that helps teachers create opportunities for students to develop language while engaging in rigorous core content learning. We want our coaches to be reflective and to support the teachers, to guide the teachers into reflection so that they can see the things that they can do in the classroom to support their students. The teachers know their students better than anyone else. So they are the ones that will be able to say, hey, this group right here might be benefit from this. And we want to build that capacity so eventually that coach is not working with that teacher anymore. They can move on to somebody else, and that teacher can actually support another teacher on that campus and trickle out from there, and just make sure that we have a program that's sustainable and that it stays. Like if the coach leaves that school and goes somewhere else, becomes a master teacher or whatever it may be, the practices, the best practices stay at the school and stay with the teachers, and it becomes something that we do all the time because it is the best thing to do. It is the right thing to do. So we're gonna be working very hard on that, and I guess we get to share at some point, but that's what I have. Thank you very much, and we are very grateful for your attention. Any questions?
Well, I was going to add also, I'm very thankful for the opportunity to do this in the L Fellows, because it gives us that time to actually do this. I know some L fellows were able to actually get the data and do some projects in the moment, get data. Ours is still in the works. This allowed us to create a new that pyramid and to actually, the only data we did get was we used it for our, it helped us shift our interviews for this year to help us guide us for how to best be prepared for our coaches. We were able to get that data and incorporate into the summer. I just want to add it. And a big thank you for letting us be part of it because yeah.
All right, can we give it up for our Jefferson Parish team? Thank you so much, ladies. I know that was a lot to present, but I thought it was very useful information that you can take some great nuggets from and apply it to your system. And also, I know it helps to hear from someone else other than me sometimes. So thank you, ladies, for doing that. As far as our fourth session, we are done for today. Thank you all so much for carving out time out of your busy schedules. I know it's the end of the year. You probably have a lot of end of the year things to do. So I do appreciate you guys for coming in the building, and also to those of you who streamed online. If you would like extra program evaluation forms, please feel free to grab those out of the back. I will post that on the English Learner Resources page. If you haven't had a chance to click on that yet on the LDOE site, I think I mentioned earlier, I rearranged everything on the site. So it does look a little bit different from the last time that you may have clicked on it, but it should be easier to find what you're looking for. So if you're not able to locate any of those items, please let me know. I will send the registration for next year's L Institutes in probably 30 minutes. You'll get it. If you have any questions, please let me know. Feel free to take any of those Teacher Leader Summit suggested sessions back to your system. I'll send an electronic copy of this too. You can share this with any and everyone. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll see you guys at Teacher Leader Summit, and if not, on the tiered impact calls for the end of the year in June. Thank you so much.